Chapter 700. Hearing Jiang Tsin's words, Yamamoto knew that the other party was definitely not showing weakness, but another kind of strong performance. He suddenly regretted it. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have spent money to come in. He had spent some money but did not achieve his goal. So he said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang is too polite. It's not like what you said. In fact, it's really not easy to enter here." "Yes, it's not easy to enter that you came in. Tell me, what do you want me to do? I'm busy now. If you have something to say it quickly. If you want to chat, I don't have time to accompany you." Jiang Tsin did not give him any face at all, as if the weak complaint just now had not come out of his mouth. The surrounding officials, whether they came out to watch the fun or just happened to pass by, were very sensible to avoid it. No one dared to come near to cause trouble at this time. Yamamoto did not expect the other party to be so tough. He had learned a lot from Yamamoto, but he never expected that this guy named Jiang Tsin would be so stubborn. Even if he came to find him, he had no intention of compromising at all. Thinking of this, Yamamoto decided to change his approach. Since his peace could not make the other party calm down, he could only change his attitude to be neither servile nor overbearing. Threats would not work. That would be like Yamamoto, who was unlucky to be dealt with. So Yamamoto put away the smile on his face and said to Jiang Tsin, "I know you have been having a hard time recently. There are problems with the radish seeds, so I came to help you. I'm willing to pay a high price to buy your radishes and seeds, higher than others." The others he was talking about were the Zhang family and the Wang family. He thought that such an attitude could move the other party, because such an attitude was very useful in China. However, the result disappointed him. This was the Tang Empire. The officials of the Tang Empire usually did not express hostility and kindness so obviously, unlike the Japanese, who were either respectful or bullied. No one in the Tang Empire dared to say that they knew the human nature of the people of the Tang Empire, let alone him. Jiang Tsin was like this now. When Yamamoto changed his attitude, he also changed his attitude. His eyes became blank, as if he did not know what the other party was talking about. After a while, he imitated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's way of speaking and said to Yamamoto, "I didn't know you were coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. You must be the Japanese with the person who offended me last time, right? Well, the Tang Empire likes to make friends with other countries very much. In the spirit of internationalism, I am willing to talk with you on the same level." "What did you just say?" "I said your radishes are not good, so we are willing to take them." Yamamoto really wanted to ask them if they were idiots. Did they understand what he said just now? What? Where are the radishes not grown well? Jiang Tsin was still at a loss. "It's the radish from your Sanongxi temple. Did the experiment this year fail? Are you guys in a hurry?" Yamamoto had to be more direct. He was really afraid that the other party was really stupid and did not know what he was talking about. After thinking for a while, Jiang Tsin said, "We haven't learned from the relevant departments about what you asked. If necessary, we will try our best to learn it within 24 hours. As for your second question, we, the Sanongxi Temple, have always adhered to the principle that we should be patient and careful in the process of farming. We can't do things in a hurry. Therefore, there is nothing urgent as you said." After Jiang Tsin finished speaking, he was in a very good mood. Xiaobao and Cuckoo were really good. They could say such profound words. Well, he would learn to say it in the future. Yamamoto was dumbfounded. What a mess. Was he talking about this question? After thinking for a while, Yamamoto had to admit that what he had just asked could be combined with what the other party said. But this was not good. He had to ask clearly. His purpose was to create a certain pressure on the other party by asking questions. Now it seemed that there was no pressure. So Yamamoto said again, "Many people who have eaten the radish you planted say that your radish is bitter and astringent, and they are small. Also, the process of your planting this time is not so smooth. Shouldn't the radish be sold at a cheaper price? As for the first thing you said, we have no information from the relevant departments at present, so we are not very clear. As for the situation during the planting, the Yamamoto has been diligently doing it according to the Emperor's request and has achieved certain results. We believe that the Yamamoto will go further on the road of planting in the future. As for the third thing you said, we have not received any information about the business coming to talk about business. As for the sales, we adhere to the policy of sincere trading, not cheating, and firmly protect the interests of all parties. Any behavior that intends to break the existing price pattern will be despised by us. Jiangcun thought for a while and knew what to say. The people next to him were confused. They did not know where Xueqi learned it. What he said was as good as not saying anything. But if he said that Xueqi did not say anything, this could become an excuse to attack or defend at any time. Brilliant. Really brilliant. Since Xueqi went to see the emperor last time, he had been different when he came back. According to the words of many people now, his theoretical thinking had strengthened. Yamamoto put his hand on his leg. After hearing Jiangcun's words, he pinched himself hard twice to wake himself up as much as possible. Then he shook his head, racked his brains for a moment, and said, "Is Mr. Jiang still thinking about what the Yamamoto temple did to you last time? Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. We have taught him a lesson when we went back. He will not dare to do it again. How much is Mr. Jiang willing to sell this radish? As for what happened last time, I can understand the difficulties of the other party. At the same time, I also hope that the other party can understand the inconvenience of our side. Japan and the Tang Empire have always been friendly neighbors that coexist peacefully. We can sit down and talk about any problem. As for my loss, I think it is caused by a difference in international philosophy. In the principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences, I will not continue to hold the other party responsible, but I reserve the right to further ask the other party to make reasonable ideological and material compensation. The radish trading problem is the problem of the entire Senongsi, and it is not up to me to decide alone. If the other party wants to buy radishes or seeds, they can come up with a feasible purchase plan. The officials of the Senongsi will discuss it very seriously to give the other party a reasonable answer, so as to avoid unnecessary losses on either side." Jiangcun was a little addicted to talking about it. If it were someone other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who heard it, they would definitely be dumbfounded. But this was the correct diplomatic language. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very proficient in it. If they heard it, they would definitely understand that the price paid was not enough. So the Senongsi was playing Tai Chi, of course. If someone foolishly tried to show his trump card, he would definitely hear such words. Listening to the diplomatic language was not about the content, but an ambiguous attitude. If you wanted the other party to express their attitude as much as possible, you had to use strength to speak. The most terrible thing was that if you clearly showed your strength, as long as you did not occupy it by force, the other party would still not express their attitude clearly. It was very disgusting. This was the characteristic of China. Even when fighting a war, if you asked him what he meant, he could still give you such diplomatic language. The person who said it might be heartless, but the person who heard it would definitely be depressed to death. Yamamoto wanted to die now. He could not breathe and suffocate to death. He suddenly thought of the matter that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had interfered when he was creating public opinion. He asked again, "How much did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan give you?" The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan I'm talking about are not these two random families, but between the clouds and the water in Xueqi County. How much did they give you? I want to hear it. If possible, we are willing to pay a higher price. I'm sorry, we haven't received any information in this regard. If there is definite information, we are willing to let more people know and guarantee fair and reasonable trade. If you have a definite price, you can give it to us. After we discuss it, we will discuss whether to trade with you. Jiangcun did not want to change the way he said it today. The officials next to him wanted to beat him up when they heard it, let alone Yamamoto. Yamamoto thought about it and finally thought of the problem. The Senongsi must have found out that radishes could be turned into ginseng through some means, but they definitely did not have that kind of technology. Otherwise, they would have started to grow ginseng instead of still wanting to sell radishes and raising the price. Who leaked the secret? Was it Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, or his own people? If it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it meant that they were not monolithic and could still find a way to break through. This was good news for him. In the future, he could come up with more technologies. If it was his own side, who was it? Although he was doing things in the name of the Four Seas Academy, the people who really knew the news were all people from Japan. Could it be that someone was attached to the Tang Empire and sold him out? Thinking of this, Yamamoto sweated. Just like everyone else, what he was most afraid of was not encountering a strong opponent, but that someone on his side would betray him. That was the most helpless and infuriating thing. A member of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? A person from his own country? Yamamoto kept thinking about what went wrong. At this moment, A shout suddenly came from the other side. You're finished. You won't hear anything from me. I won't say anything. I'm a member of the inner court of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. I won't say anything even if you beat me to death. Just you wait. Once my main family finds out, none of you will live. Go ahead and beat me. Come on, beat me with all your strength. My family is living well in the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. You want me to betray my main family? No way. Do you really think I'm Japanese? Just give me 2 whips and lock me up for 3 days and I'll tell you everything? Do you think that no one will know if you catch me? Humph. Wait for the revenge of the young master and young lady. I'll see which one of you has the ability to resist the young lady's cavalry charge. Aya, beat me again. The voice sounded miserable, but no matter how miserable it was, it always gave people a feeling of fear. This feeling didn't come from the voice, but from the words that the voice said. Yes, the young lady's cavalry charge. These few words made a scene appear in Yamamoto's mind. The wails of the Tibetans, the screams of the cavalry as they were burned, and the desperate gazes of many Tibetans when they weren't being slaughtered. 3 days? Japan. Could it be that Yamamoto had told him about this matter? Yamamoto obtained this information from the voice, and his expression immediately changed. He didn't blame Yamamoto. It seemed that the other party's torture was extraordinary. No wonder when he saw Yamamoto, Yamamoto agreed no matter what he said. Could it be that it was because he had betrayed them? Jiang Tsun had been learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's teachings in the letters and saying diplomatic words, but her eyes didn't leave Yamamoto. When she saw Yamamoto's expression change, she shook her head with emotion and mourned for Yamamoto. Of all people, why did he have to run to Buishin County? Did he really not take Xiaobao and Xueqi seriously? That was proven with the blood of countless people. Well, since that was the case, let's continue. Jiang Tsun didn't say anything. When she heard the screams coming from the other side, she gave a look to a person beside her. The person beside her was considered smart and immediately understood what Shaoqing meant. He said to Jiang Tsun and Yamamoto, "Why don't we talk somewhere else? It's really too chaotic here. In fact, it's mainly because a person from the hospital has a problem here and can't be treated. She's just spouting nonsense." After hearing this person's words, how could Yamamoto believe it? This was called trying to hide something only made it more conspicuous. However, he still had to follow the other party's words and walk to another place accompanied by others. Jiang Tsun looked at the person beside her in surprise and took a few steps back. She whispered to the person, "You're not bad. How did you know what I wanted to say?" "I used to stay with the young master and young lady, so I've long been used to it. This time, I took the imperial examination and was assigned here. How could I not understand the meaning in your words and the meaning in your eyes?" The person also whispered back. Jiang Tsun was speechless. Could it be that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, and even the villagers were so powerful? They could understand with just one look. What kind of environment did they live in? Good, you have a bright future. Work hard. When the time comes, I'll find a way to promote you. Forget it, I don't think you need me. Since you're from the Zhangjia Zhuangzi, you can look for your young master and young lady for promotion in the future. Jiang Tsun was still thinking that this person was not bad and could be promoted to do things with her in the future. Halfway through her words, she realized that the other party did not need her. The main family's ability was there for all to see. No matter how much she promoted, it would not be as good as a word from the other party. Who didn't know that the Zhang family and Wang family didn't want to be an official? It was said that Xiaobao and Xueqi had wanted to enter the capital, but because the two of them disagreed, they insisted on going to a place that was slightly worse. Furthermore, it could not be too far from Luoyang. In the end, they could only be arranged to go to Buishin County because it was the county closest to Luoyang. The remaining places were either important or bustling places. They did not live in vain. If they wanted to be an official, they could choose themselves. As an assistant minister, she did not dare to say such a thing. Her son's official position was still waiting to be arranged. Whether it would be in the county or in the capital, it would depend on how much effort she put in. Furthermore, even if it was in the capital, the position would not be decided by her. The Zhang family of Sanshui County, who had just taken the imperial examinations last year, could understand Jiang Tsun's thoughts. Indeed, if she really relied on her literary skills, she would not be able to pass the examinations. Even if it was arithmetic, she would not be able to pass the examinations. After all, the tests were very complicated. The reason she could pass the examinations was all because of the prestige of the main family. Although she no longer belonged to the main family, her household registration had been separated. But whether it was herself or the other villagers who passed the examinations, she did not admit that she was free. Without the main family, there would be no self. No matter where she went, as long as the main family gave her an order, she would have to do it. The main family not only gave her an official position, but also taught her many ways to do things. Otherwise, how could she follow Xueqi at all times in the agriculture temple? Sigh. The Japanese, of all places, why did they have to go to the county where the young master and the young lady lived first? In the end, they failed repeatedly, but they still did not give up. Now that they fell into the trap, perhaps they would understand in the future. Yamamoto was still wondering whether the mountain temple had betrayed them. How could he know what others were thinking? His ears kept echoing that person's screams. While feeling sad, he had to admire the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They were really unusual. Fortunately, he did not think of kidnapping one of the other side's people. Otherwise, not only would he not get any benefits, but it would also be easy to be exposed. He did not believe that the people of the agriculture temple were so united that no one would say anything about what they saw today. Once the Zhang family and the Wang family knew about it, the consequences would be. It was their fault for not selling the radishes and seeds to him at a low price. As he was thinking, Yamamoto was led to another place. There were many connected houses here. Yamamoto inadvertently, or perhaps he deliberately looked at them, found that in the cracks of the wooden boards of the next house, someone was planting radishes on them while digging soil. Yamamoto immediately knew that the agriculture temple had gotten the news, but the news was not confirmed, so they had to figure it out by themselves. Using soil? Dream on. The Zhang family used sand. How could soil work? Besides, there were other things. Without seeing the result in person, he knew that they would definitely fail. Thinking like this, Yamamoto felt a little better. As long as the agriculture temple did not figure it out by themselves, he still had hope. As soon as he saw the house arranged for him, he said to Jiang, "Mr. Jiang, now I want to raise the price to buy the radishes. The price is very high." Jiang immediately asked, "How much?" "Higher than the price of the Zhang family and the Wang family," Yamamoto replied, but was unwilling to say his price. At this time, suddenly someone shouted outside, "Mr. Jiang, my master said that he is willing to buy the seeds and radishes at a high price. A seed is 35 copper coins, and a radish is 170 copper coins." Chapter 701. While the people with the heaven seed were busy with the spring plowing, a large group of people came out of Pengzhou Pass. The horses that pulled the carriages were slightly weaker than the military horses. The people in the group all puffed out their chests and raised their heads. The people sitting in the carriages pulled up the curtains and talked to each other. From time to time, there would be carefree laughter coming out from the group. If someone who had just arrived at Pengzhou Pass saw this, they would be very curious. Looking at the clothes of the people in the group, they knew that they were from Great Tang. After entering the territory of Tubo, only a small portion of people had weapons on them. The others did not seem to be vigilant at all. The most appropriate description was that the people of Great Tang came out to travel. Perhaps they could even find wild beasts to hunt. This was because there were women singing and music coming out from the carriages. If one listened carefully, there was a desolate Huqin and a whimpering Hujia. After leaving Pengzhou, the group continued to move forward. When it was almost night time, they set up camp near the carriages. Bonfires were lit and everyone gathered around the bonfires to eat, drink, sing, and dance. The commotion was not small. Suddenly, some Great Tang riders were attracted by the noise. They used the light of the bonfires to look at the flag in the group that was deliberately raised. They turned their horses around and did not stop at all. On the flag, there was a rice seedling that was pulling the carriage forward. It looked very interesting and funny. But it was this flag that, as long as someone raised it, they would be able to safely move along the road to the desert on the east side of the Ruoshui River. Even if many Tubo soldiers wanted to bully the people of their own country, they would not dare to have any ideas about this group. It was easy to kill this group of merchants, but they would not be able to face the anger of the people behind the flag. The merchants around the bonfires did not care about the Tubo riders that passed by. They sang and danced as they wished without any fear. Listening to Hu Qin's voice and watching the dancers' skirts fluttering in the wind, there were two people sitting next to each other, eating meat and drinking wine while talking about their own topics. Little Worm, help me analyze why there are people buying eggs in large quantities recently, causing the price of eggs to increase by 20%. Luckily, there are people selling meat at a low price. Otherwise, it would be difficult for ordinary people to eat good food. One person drank half of the wine in his bowl and casually wiped his mouth with his sleeve as he asked the other person. I don't know. The price of salt did not change, but the price of grain increased slightly. The price of oil also increased by less than 5%. I think there is no problem. It is still the same in this season. Zhonggang, you should drink less. If you drink too much, it will be troublesome. Little Worm's alcohol tolerance was not high, so he only took a sip. Could it be an economic war? Someone else has come over with designs on Jiannan Circuit, and they're secretly setting up a trap. Now that you've entered the game, you've become smarter. Think about it carefully. Zhonggang asked again. He imitated the way Little Worm drank and took a sip. This time, he finished half of the remaining wine in the bowl. A modest smile appeared on Xiao Chong's face as he said, I've told you many times, don't mention top-level games anymore. I'm far from it. That day, you were right beside me when I played against the young master of the Zhang family. You also saw how badly I lost. I really couldn't even last 2 hours. Every quarter of an hour represented 5 days, and I couldn't even last 1.5 months. I lost the same 1,000 strings of coins and only had a little more than 100 strings of coins left. I saw it, but that's because you haven't competed at such a fast speed before, so you're not used to it. If you were to compete with the young master of the Zhang family again, you'd definitely be able to last for 2 hours, or even up to 3. You're much better than before. Zhonggang consoled and encouraged Little Worm, but his thoughts couldn't help but wander back to the time when Little Worm and the young master of the Zhang family were playing games. The two of them were in separate rooms, unable to see each other, and each of them played 1,000 strings of coins. The terrain Little Worm had chosen was none other than Pengzhou, a place he was most familiar with. In the first half of an hour, Little Worm's arrangements were very smooth, and the other party didn't seem to have made a move. However, after another quarter of an hour, Little Worm began to sweat incessantly, and it became more and more difficult for him to deal with the other party. From then on, Little Worm was no longer as smooth as before. He struggled with all his might, retreating step by step in the face of the other party's storm-like attacks. Only in the middle did he manage to organize 2 counterattacks, but each time, he lost more and more money at a faster pace. 75 minutes. He only managed to last for 7 minutes. He didn't reach the 6 hours the young master of the Zhang family had said, nor did he reach the 2 hours official Bai and the others had said. However, what made him happy was that in the end, Little Worm was still allowed to enter the ranks of the top-level games. There was only one reason for this, and that was that in the end, Little Worm clearly could have deceived the common people once more to raise money for himself, but he didn't. It was because of this that the young master of the Zhang family had Little Worm's name recorded in the top-level games. He still remembered what the young master of the Zhang family had said to Little Worm that day. You're not bad. You remember what happened today. Businessmen also have integrity, and you should do the same in the future. When the time comes, there will be another kind of rule, and that is, if you really can't do it, you can tell the common people about it. The common people will support you. Only people with roots are invincible. From that moment on, he no longer doubted that the young master of the Zhang family had led the army to victory in the economic war started by the Tibetans in Jiannan province. He no longer doubted that the young lady Cuckoo had personally led the army to cause a storm of blood in Tubo. He really wanted to tell everyone he knew that the most powerful person in Great Tang wasn't the top 10 on the top-level games, but rather the young master of the Zhang family who had never shown his name on the games. Unfortunately, he had been given a gag order, so he could only discuss this with Little Worm in secret and not tell anyone else. In fact, even if he told this to others, they wouldn't believe him, unless they saw the young master of the Zhang family defeating the top 10 rankers with their own eyes. The crackling of the bonfire woke Zhonggang up from his reminiscing. When he looked at Little Worm again, he said, "Are you really going to explore other places in the coming days? You don't care about the business here anymore?" "Yes, I'm going to explore more. Every place is different, so I'll learn as I go. I'll leave the business to you. I'll take a portion of the money and leave. I can do business anywhere." For the sake of his dreams, Little Worm was prepared to explore the outside world and learn more skills. When the time came, if anyone dared to lay their hands on Great Tang, he would learn from the young master of the Zhang family and deal with them. I'll go with you too. Where are you going? Zhonggang couldn't bear to leave the little worm he had played with since he was young, so he wanted to leave as well. Go to the capital. I still want to meet the young master of the Zhang family and demon fiend Cuckoo. Cuckoo's revenge against the Tibetans was truly satisfying. It was as if they had never suffered a loss before. As long as others made the first move, they would definitely retaliate, and their methods would be even more ruthless. Little Worm had already chosen a place for himself. The capital was bustling, so he might be able to see more and learn more there. Zhonggang asked doubtfully, then why didn't the young master of the Zhang family retaliate? Why did he only fight a defensive battle? That's right, why didn't he retaliate? This doesn't seem like their personalities. Retaliate? Eggs going up in price? Meat going down in price, grains and other aspects are all stable. I know, Zhonggang, I know, the young master of the Zhang family is going to make a move. Yes, that must be it. Little Worm heard Zhonggang's words and was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly thought of a certain situation and said to Zhonggang in shock. Chapter 702. Zhonggang was even more confused after hearing Xiao Chong's explanation. Xiao Chong, where did this come from? Why can't I tell? I can't tell either. If you want to know, you have to investigate all the caravans in Pengzhou, or find out about the grain stores, oil stores, salt stalls, as well as the places where livestock are killed and eggs are laid. Last year, when the Zhang family and Wang family arrived in Yizhou, they started letting the people in the surrounding prefectures raise chickens according to their conditions. Now is the time for laying eggs. Last month, there were even people who sold pancakes complaining that the eggs were too small when they were just hatched. If they put in 2 eggs, they would earn less, but if they put in 1, people wouldn't be willing to buy them. Now should be the time when the chickens lay the most eggs, so why did they raise the price? The price of eggs and meat is definitely not coincidental. It's because the young master of the Zhang family doesn't want his actions to cause too much damage to the local area. Can't you see that the price of salt is still at its original position? The price of oil and grain is still the same as before. Xiao Chong now had the same sentiments as number 1 back then. As long as they encountered something special, it was like a thick fog had appeared in front of them. When they finally managed to blow away a piece of land, they couldn't even find their way back. The unknown was the scariest. Zhonggang finished the wine in his bowl, half understanding. He reached for the wine jar. That's not right. How can there be no damage? People who raise chickens make money, but those who kill livestock and sell meat lose money. Are you stupid? If the price of meat can be lowered, then the price of livestock will be lower. How much meat sellers made before, they're still making the same amount now, Xiao Chong explained to Zhonggang. That's still not right. Won't those who sell livestock lose money? Zhonggang's brain started working again. Xiao Chong nodded. That's right. The price of livestock will be lowered. Who sold the livestock? Where did the livestock come from? Tubo. The 2 of them got the same answer. Then what about the eggs? Zhonggang asked again. Before Xiao Chong could answer, he said, could it be that they were sold to Tubo? Probably. But why would Tubo need so many eggs? How are they sold? Xiao Chong, who thought he could guess the methods of the young master of the Zhang family, was shocked again. The 2 of them looked at each other and stopped talking about this matter. The more they thought about it, the more confused they became. It was tiring. Xiao Chong drank his wine with a load on his mind. He no longer sipped his wine like before. Instead, he drank a big mouthful of wine and ate a big mouthful of meat. The other merchants in the group did not have as many thoughts as the 2 of them. As long as they reached the desert, they could find what the Chamber of Commerce needed there, especially herbs and plant seeds. Things that could grow desert cistanch were very suitable for growing in the sand. Some rivers had too much sand, so it was just right to plant such things. At the same time, they could also use salt and other things to trade with the local people for local specialties, such as furs, the bones of wild beasts that could be used to make medicine, and even live venomous snakes. Bringing these back to the Great Tang would be another source of income. Today, there were more people living on the east side of Xueqi than before. Last year, because of the lack of food, the people of Tubo did not have a good life. There were also cases of people starving to death. Those who did not have animals found a big problem during the spring plowing this year. They could not farm like before. There was a lack of farming tools and seeds. After surviving the winter, there was no food left. If they continued to stay on the west bank of the Xueqi River, they would not be able to find a way to survive. Thus, many people wanted to bring their families from Pengzhou to the Great Tang and become a citizen of the Great Tang. However, both the Great Tang and Tubo did not allow them to do so. The Great Tang was afraid that this portion of the people would not be easy to manage and would cause chaos. Tubo's reason was simple. If all the people left, Tubo would only have this piece of land left. Thus, they might as well give it to others. As long as a portion of the people could live a comfortable life in the Great Tang, the rest of the Tubo people would naturally follow behind. The pass of Pengzhou was tightly shut. The Tubo cavalry threatened and threatened, not allowing the people to move forward. The people had no choice but to kneel outside the pass of Pengzhou. The pleas of the adults and the cries of the children caused the ears of the people at the pass to buzz. The officials of Pengzhou could not think of a solution, and the provincial governor of Jiannan was not prepared to find trouble. He could only watch as the Tubo people ate the food they brought with them bit by bit. He also prepared his troops to prevent the people from charging through the pass. At this crucial moment, the inner court of the Zhang family, who had stayed behind in Yizhou, took action. It was a small matter, and they did not even need to ask the main family. They directly brought out the food, utensils, and salt and placed them down from the city walls. They told the Tubo people to cook their own porridge and not to rob. The flag of the logistics camp of Yizhou, which had already been disbanded, was still very intimidating. The Tubo people obediently started to eat aozhou. They also ate the wild vegetables that appeared in spring together. After eating for 3 days, they calmed down and were no longer as chaotic as when they first arrived. Only then did the inner court of the Zhang family discuss this matter with them. The Zhang family and Wang family would provide the food, and the Tubo people would take the white fold seeds and plant them on the east side of the Xueqi River. Before the white fold seeds could be harvested, the food and other daily necessities would be the responsibility of the Zhang family and Wang family. After the white fold seeds were harvested, a portion of the daily necessities would be deducted according to the amount. The rest would be exchanged with the Zhang family and Wang family for survival supplies. In the future, they would plant every year and exchange like this every year. The Tubo people were about to run out of food. They did not even ask about the specific details of the exchange and agreed. They brought a lot of food, seeds, and tools to rebuild the village on the east side of the Xueqi River. They were prepared to use their own hands to create a happy life. They were not afraid of people coming into the village to bully the people like in the past. They were planting white fold seeds for the devilish cuckoo. Whoever dared to come over could try. As expected, the Tubo soldiers who occasionally came over were very envious. However, they did not dare to make a move. When they saw the meat and bones that the Zhang family and Wang family gave to the people from Pengzhou, they could only stare helplessly. None of them had the courage to snatch it and try it themselves. While the Tubo people were planting cotton, they also did some chores. They weaved last year's hay into curtains, put hemp in water, and then used it to make ropes. They also hunted and prepared these things. When the Tang Empire's caravan came over, they would use them to exchange. The people did not know which side they belonged to. If they said they belonged to the Tang Empire would not admit it. If they said they belonged to the Tubo Empire, the Tang Empire would not accept it. If they said they belonged to the Tubo Empire, they would not be controlled by the Tubo Empire. This kind of final question was too profound. The people did not understand and did not think too much about it. As long as they could live a good life, it was fine. This was the second time the caravan came over this year. The last time, because the Tubo people had just settled down, they did not exchange too many things. This time, the merchants felt that the goods in the hands of the Tubo people would be much more than last time. At this time, they gathered around the bonfire to discuss what kind of price to give. Some people said that they could give a slightly higher price than last time. After all, the things they exchanged were very valuable. The straw curtains and hemp ropes were bought by the Zhang family and Wang family in Yizhou. They gave a high price. The medicinal herbs were bought by the local medicine shops. They were not cheap either, not to mention the fur. Therefore, they gave a little more money to make the Tubo people work harder. Some people said that they should lower the price a little more. They said that the goods were not easy to sell and that they could make more money. At the beginning, those who had different opinions were still discussing calmly. But as they talked and drank too much, they began to quarrel loudly. Some people even prepared to fight. At this time, Xiao Chong, who had been unwilling to guess the specific actions of the Zhang family's young master but could not let it go, was unhappy. He shouted loudly. "What are you shouting about? Do you really think that this place is yours? Even if I give it to you, which one of you can hold on? When you do things, don't you think about what the Zhang family and Wang family want?" The merchants who were still arguing quieted down after being shouted at by Xiao Chong. They knew that Xiao Chong had personally met the two young masters of the Zhang family and Wang family and could talk to them. Just now they had been thinking too much about money. Now that they were reminded, they realized that this road belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family. To be more precise, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had used their blood to pave this road. The money earned from this road had to be taken out every year to specially give to the families of the great Tang warriors buried here. It was not something that merchants like them could control. "Xiao Chong, then tell us, what kind of price should we give?" A merchant did not want to appear weak and asked loudly. "Then you have to first understand what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are planning. Why did they leave the Tubo people here? Why did they only let them plant by Daisy and not grain?" Xiao Chong raised two questions. The merchants also wanted to know why. They all looked at Xiao Chong, waiting for him to continue. However, Xiao Chong did not dare to say anything. He felt that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were planning to directly incorporate the east side of the Ruoshui River into the Great Tang one day. As long as the local people were used to the current life, they could do so in the future. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Xiao Chong thought for a moment and said, "Because this road is very profitable. If we scare the Tubo people away, who will plant by Daisy in the future? My idea is to tell them how much they can sell their things for, and also tell them the price we are willing to pay. If they feel that we are not offering enough, they can sell it themselves. If they feel that it is a waste of time and it is not easy to enter Pingzhou, then they can sell it to us. Don't always set your eyes on the small amount of money. Money in the desert is the real money. The fish and prawns in the lakes there taste good and there are many medicinal herbs. There is also desert sistanch. We won't make less money. If we really do something wrong and make Xiao Bao and Cuckoo angry, think carefully about the consequences. Do you really plan to let them personally come from the capital to solve this?" Xiao Chong's words were effective. Many of the merchants shrank their heads, feeling a chill run down their necks. Just as the merchants decided to follow Xiao Chong's words, two fast horses came from the direction of Pengzhou. There was a person on each horse. When they reached the front of the group, they flipped over and landed. One of them said to the crowd, "The Chamber of Commerce has decided that when we meet Tubo people, we will let them personally come to Pengzhou to sell their goods. We will also tell them the approximate price." The merchants were a little unhappy. If they really followed this, wouldn't they be making less money? Could it be that after joining the Chamber of Commerce, they could not do additional business? "As for your losses," the person who came seemed to have guessed what the merchants were thinking. He continued, "Your losses in this area will be reported to the young master and young lady. The young master will think of a way to compensate you. When the Zhang family and Wang family do business, they will not let their partners suffer losses." The merchants were happy now. They all said harmless things. The person who came did not want to stay outside for long. He got back on his horse and prepared to leave. At this time, Xiao Chong suddenly said, "Can you help me pass on a message? Just tell them if I can help." There are more words below, but they don't count the number of words in the main text. It feels good to change places. This is actually the village I lived in when I was young. I haven't come back for 20 years. This morning, I walked around and felt a special feeling. The original river, the original trees, the original fields, and the original roads are all gone. After walking around in a big circle, I finally found some vague memories of the past. I climbed up the mountain behind a school. This place hasn't changed much. The pine trees from 20 years ago are still alive. It's just that someone has put a label on them. There are a lot of weeds growing on the mountain path. It's probably because there are fewer people. But when I was young, it got dark early. When I was leaving school, I always felt like there was something following me. The tombs on that part of the road are still there. When I was young, I could see the trenches left behind by the war between Japan and Russia. The things called thorny plums that grew on the side of the road are actually not eaten by people. I plucked a few from the side of one of the tombs. I didn't wash them, just wiped them and ate them. They don't taste good. They're not as sweet as the fruits I ate as a snack when I was young. A lot of the mountains have been dug up to build buildings. There are no traces of my old home on the hillside. But there are still a lot of mountains that have not been touched. They've probably been contracted out. When spring comes next year, I can go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables again. Yes, I can also pick mushrooms, because the people who tend the sheep are gone. Chapter 703. While Jiannan Dao was at ease with the merchants doing business, Yamamoto in the capital was facing the biggest problem in his life. Yes, at least that was what he thought. When he was trying his best to lower the price of the radish seeds and radishes, he accidentally received a piece of news. That was, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still in Baoxing County, sent people to the Sinology Temple to buy all the radish seeds and radishes. Not a single one was allowed to be left behind. The price given was frightening. A seed was 30 copper coins, and a radish, regardless of its size, was 150 copper coins. How could this be considered buying radishes? How many seeds and radishes did the Sinology Temple have? Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family could really take out such a large sum of money? Yamamoto didn't believe it. He felt that if everything was sold at the price given by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it would be impossible to get at least 500,000 strings of coins. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family could take out so much money immediately? Unless they were willing to sell between the clouds and the water. Therefore, Yamamoto waited. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family couldn't take out the money, he could continue to talk to the Sinology Temple's Shaoqing Jiangcin, hoping to buy more radishes and seeds at a lower price. But today, when he spent money to come here again, he heard other people talking in a low voice. As soon as he heard a sentence, he felt that it was very difficult. Did you hear? Shaoqing is going to sell the seeds and radishes to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. If they can't sell them, they will destroy them, so as to avoid someone who can't hold back and steals them to sell to other people, and at a very low price. Yamamoto had just entered the Sinology Temple's territory when he heard the words of the two people under the tree next to him. Shocked, Yamamoto didn't care whether he would be discovered eavesdropping or not. He quietly went around to the other side of the tree and stood under it, motionless, for fear that others would see him. I've heard. I don't know if they're crazy, spending a lot of money to buy useless radishes. Even if they can use them to make fish, they don't need so many. This was another person's voice. It was more nasal and could be distinguished immediately. When Yamamoto heard this, he really wanted to tell the two of them that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't crazy. The two of them were shrewd. If this radish could be planted into ginseng, how much would a ginseng cost? If they really took away all the radishes and seeds, their family wouldn't have to do anything else but sell ginseng. The two people who were talking couldn't hear Yamamoto's thoughts, so they continued to talk. The first one said to the other, in fact, they can't take out so much cash now. Instead, they have an agreement with Shaoqing that they will send the radishes to him first. They will use between the clouds and the water as collateral. If they can't pay back the money, between the clouds and the water will be given to the Sinology Temple, and it will be settled by this time next year. Really? They actually put between the clouds and the water as collateral? No wonder Shaoqing didn't let people without official positions go to see the radishes today. It turns out that they have the idea of between the clouds and the water. Do you think that if between the clouds and the water is given to the Sinology Temple, we can eat good food every day in the future? The other person said longingly. The more Yamamoto listened behind the tree, the colder his heart became because he knew that it was impossible that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't pay back the money. If that was the case, wouldn't he have no hope at all? Wouldn't the skills he learned secretly be useless? No, he had to think of something. Thinking like this, Yamamoto quietly moved to the side to find Jiang Cn. The two people seemed to not know that he had come, and they were still talking about the secrets of the Sinology Temple under the tree. When Yamamoto spent a lot of effort to find Jiang Cin was having lunch or dinner. At this time, it was impossible to judge specifically. Anyway, it was not a normal time to eat. You're here. Jiang Cin put down his chopsticks and looked at Yamamoto. He greeted him casually as if he was very familiar with him. Yamamoto felt like vomiting blood. If he was so familiar with him, he wouldn't have to spend so much money to come here. Seeing that he had greeted him, he smiled and replied, "I'm here." After that, he quickly entered his identity and found a place to sit down. He watched Jiang eat there. It was not too late to talk about it after he finished eating. It was still early to be dark. Jiang had just received a letter from Zhang Xiaobao this morning. In the letter, he was asked to act in a play, just like the play in the pear garden. However, the requirements were very high. He had to act until he left the script and entered real life. If he couldn't do it, he could change to another person. Jiang did not think that she was any worse than others. To be able to become a high-ranking official, which one of them did not have some talent? Thus, she decided that she would act out the role herself. She did not even eat breakfast and rehearsed over and over again. Under the situation where many people found fault with her, she finally passed. It was now 4:45 p.m. today. In Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's understanding of the time, it was 4 p.m. in the afternoon, and 16 p.m. internationally. Eating at this time was indeed not lunch, but it had nothing to do with dinner. Otherwise, he would be hungry in the middle of the night. Yamamoto spent money and waited while he rehearsed. Finally it was time. He had to thank him for being smart enough. Otherwise, it would have taken a few days for a stupid person to rehearse. After repeating twice in his heart, Jiang calmed down. He looked at Yamamoto and said, "You haven't eaten breakfast, right?" "I haven't eaten either. I'm eating now. Let's eat together?" With a smile on his face, Yamamoto turned his head to look at the window and found that it would be dark in another 2 hours. He pinched his thigh hard to make sure that he wasn't thinking. He said, "Not yet. I just woke up and came over after washing up in a hurry. I didn't have time to eat breakfast. Okay, let's eat together." When he said this, Yamamoto felt that he had improved. He could actually tell the truth to others. He really didn't eat breakfast or lunch. It wasn't that he didn't have time to eat, but he really couldn't eat. He had something on his mind, so he felt uncomfortable when he saw food. He didn't even drink 2 mouthfuls of water. Jiang gestured, and someone immediately brought another set of tableware. Yamamoto also sat opposite Jiang and picked up his chopsticks to look at the dishes on the table. "Good stuff. It's actually... What is this?" Yamamoto wanted to praise, but found that there were many things that he didn't know, so he had to ask. "Come, let me introduce it to you. This is a salted radish. You don't look like it because it doesn't look like a radish when it's cut. Instead, it's cut like an eggplant. In fact, it's a radish. Look carefully, because there's an extra layer of sesame oil on it, the texture is covered. This is a pickled radish. Like the salted radish, it's also cut like an eggplant. The person who cut it is pretty good. I'll praise him later. This is a boiled radish. Although it looks thin, in fact, it's because it's specially cut with a small knife before cooking. The advantage is that it's cooked quickly. Just look at one plate and you'll know. It doesn't change its appearance. It's steamed radish and dipped in sauce. This is stir-fried radish with radish skin. This is stewed radish with radish skin, and this is... Jiang tirelessly introduced it to Yamamoto. Some of the radishes were hard to recognize because the person who cooked them was skilled, while the other part was easy to recognize. Yamamoto finally knew what the table was. It turned out to be a full radish banquet. The most annoying thing for Yamamoto now was radishes. Seeing the table full of radishes with various cooking methods, as well as the stir-fried radish with radish skin that he had never heard of before, he was in a daze and asked, "Why are they all radishes? Does Xueqi like to eat them? There's also a kind called carrot now. It's actually not bad. It tastes better when it's fried." Yamamoto had never eaten fried carrots before, so he blurted it out. Jiang didn't care. She drank a mouthful of radish soup and said to Yamamoto, "Radishes are good. Haven't you heard that radishes are small ginseng? It's very nutritious." When he heard the word ginseng, Yamamoto trembled. He was now afraid of the words radish and ginseng because there was a connection between them. He couldn't let others know. Seeing that Jiang didn't seem to know the relationship between them, Yamamoto heaved a sigh of relief. He also picked up a piece of steamed radish and put it in his mouth to slowly chew. It was a little bitter and a little spicy, but it was mostly sweet. The radish was steamed very smoothly. He didn't know how it was steamed, but it was the kind with the skin. A round piece was cut from the middle. When he ate the skin, he realized that the skin was crisp. He didn't know how it was steamed. Jiangxin seemed to have the same idea about why the radish skin was crisp. She took another bite and said, "How is it? Isn't it good? The skin is actually crisp. This is the ability of Savant's restaurant. It's too early and there's no time to cook, so I got Savant's restaurant to send a table of radishes. Don't underestimate a table of radishes. The price isn't low. If I count it, I'll get someone to send me money later. I'm so poor. I can't even afford a radish. Others don't know and always think that I'm glorious as a Xueqi. In fact, I'm sullen in my heart. Who doesn't know that the food at Savant's restaurant is delicious, but I can't afford it. I can only occasionally choose the cheap ones to try. If they are slightly more expensive, I don't dare to buy them. Tell me, what's the point of living like this?" After Jiangxin finished speaking, she stopped eating. She shook her head and sighed, looking very miserable. However, Jiangxin didn't agree with her at all. She thought to herself, I still want to eat the food at Savant's restaurant every day, but is the good food there for ordinary people? However, Jiangxin's words made Yamamoto's heart move. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of fragrant radish soup, he said, "Could it be that Xueqi wants to eat the food at Savant's restaurant every meal? Actually, this isn't difficult." "Not difficult? How is it not difficult? Do you think that Savant's restaurant won't take my money just because I'm a Xueqi?" Jiangxin raised her head and asked in puzzlement. "Xueqi, don't you know that the Sanongxi temple still has that kind of bitter radish? As long as Xueqi is willing to sell it to me at a cheap price, I'll save the money for Xueqi to eat at Savant's restaurant." Yamamoto mustered up his courage and said. He felt that this was his last chance. If he left like last time, he probably wouldn't be able to buy radishes in the future. Jiangxin's face sank. "Could it be that you want to bribe me? I'm wholeheartedly serving the country, so how can I accept your money? The Sanongxi temple is open to business." "Oh no, it's open to let the people live better lives. How can I be the kind of person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit? There are other officials who want to see me set an example." Yamamoto was shocked at first, but when he heard Jiangxin's words, he finally understood. He said, "Sir, you're right. I was rude. It's not a bribe. It's to let the Sanongxi temple have more money to do things for the people. Sir, how about 5 copper coins per seed? You'll still have 5 copper coins left." Yamamoto instinctively understood why Jiangxin said this. There were other people around, and it wouldn't be good if they used this matter to impeach him. He didn't offer a high price, and it couldn't be compared to what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan offered. However, he had other thoughts in his heart. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's money was given to the Sanongxi temple, but his money was given to Yamamoto personally. 30 copper coins per seed seemed to be a lot, but how much could you earn? I'm offering 5 questions. If you sell 1 seed, you can keep 5 copper coins for yourself. This is the difference, not to mention the radishes. At this time, the 2 people standing at the side turned their heads and didn't say anything. They just looked at Jiangxin and Yamamoto, as if they wanted to hear more from the 2 of them. Jiangxin's eyes swayed left and right. He coughed and said, "You said that the radish seeds are delicious when steamed. Even if it's 5 copper coins per seed, you're willing to buy it?" "Yes." Yamamoto was very cooperative. "That's fine. I'll sell you 1,000 seeds first. Yang, I'll leave this matter to you." Jiangxin agreed. The person he was talking about was standing on his left. When he was listening just now, his ears moved a few times. Yang was obviously unwilling to sell. He said to Jiangxin, "Sir, the radish seeds and radishes were all bought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The price was not low. If you sell them to others at a low price, it will be difficult if they know. There are also people in the Sanongxi temple. They are all waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's money at this time next year so that they can use it to do big things." The meaning of Yang's words was very clear. That is, if you get benefits, what about others? This others is me. You can't let me do things for free, right? This. Brother Yamamoto, what do you think should be done? Jiangxin couldn't continue to ask, so he asked Yamamoto. Yamamoto couldn't wait to strangle this person called Yang Yang to death. You, a small official, also want to join in the fun. He secretly regretted. If he had known, he would have chosen a time when there was no one around to tell Jiang Xian. Looking at Jiang Tsen and the two people standing next to him, Yamamoto gritted his teeth and said, I estimate that 5 copper coins per seed can be bought. If it's steamed, there will be 10 copper coins left. However, 1,000 seeds is too little. How about 1,000,000 seeds? Give me the money first and then get the seeds. I like this. Yamamoto raised the price to 15 copper coins. The money needed to buy 1,000,000 seeds was 15,000 strings of coins. It was not a small amount. He was also prepared to only do one business. He would go back and turn 1,000,000 seeds into ginseng as soon as possible. He would not accept radishes. Unexpectedly, when he said the price, Yang Yang disagreed and said, there were few people in the Sanongsi in the past. After all, there were not many things to do. But now there are many. I estimate that there are 500 people registered. It's not easy on weekdays. They have to do things in the wind and rain. It's difficult. Another official, who was also from the Sanongsi, echoed at this time, that's right. There are too many people now. Sometimes even the people who cook complain. Looking at the big cart of vegetables bought, it's not enough to cook a meal. Money, it's all because of money. Yamamoto's face showed a difficult expression at this time. He wanted to agree, but he felt that if he added more money, he would be under too much pressure. He didn't want to take it, but he was afraid that the two people would leak the matter. At that time, he wouldn't be able to buy anything at this price. Just as he was hesitating whether to add a little more, Jiang Tsen put down his chopsticks and said to him, Brother Yamamoto, how about this? You can save 20 copper coins. But this year's radishes are not growing well. 5,000 died. How about steaming them for Brother Yamamoto? This was the combination. Giving away 5,000 radishes for free. But the price was still high. What should be earned should be earned. Yamamoto calculated that if 25 copper coins were to buy a radish seed, the extra cost would be 10,000 strings of coins. According to the money given by the Zhang family and Wang family, 150 copper coins for a radish. If he wanted to make a profit, it would be worth at least 100,000 radishes, which was 15,000 strings of coins. But this money couldn't be calculated like that. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, 20,000 dead radishes. I want to steam them to eat. Okay. 20,000. Jiang Tsen also agreed, and then looked at Yamamoto without saying anything. Yamamoto understood that the other party was waiting to see the money, so he immediately said goodbye and left. Yamamoto had made a lot of arrangements in the capital. He took out 25,000 strings of coins without hesitation. This time, he didn't even have silk, only copper coins. Carts of them were sent to the Sanongsi the next day. This time, the person who received him was not Jiang Tsen, nor was it the two people he saw yesterday, but another small official of the Sanongsi temple. As soon as he saw Yamamoto, he greeted him with a smile and instructed him to count the money. In fact, there was no need to check them one by one, as long as they weighed them. After weighing them, they were slightly heavier than normal. Normally, the rope used to string the copper coins also had weight. It was light, but it couldn't withstand too much. Young Master Yamamoto, please follow me. The official who received Yamamoto happily led Yamamoto to the back. After turning 2 places, they came to a big courtyard. To be able to occupy a courtyard in the capital, the Sanongsi temple's ability could be seen. As soon as the two people arrived, the person who received them shouted to the house next to them. Someone, bring up the radish seeds and radishes that young Master Yamamoto wanted. Are they all done? The other side immediately replied, don't worry, I've already finished for young Master Yamamoto. A piece of my hair was burned off. I'm suffering. Hearing the words coming from the house, Yamamoto, who should have been happy, felt that something was wrong. Looking at the next row of houses that were smoking, he became more and more uneasy. Not long after, the first few pots of radishes were carried out. It was just the first few pots. There was no difference. There was still the smell of radishes, the kind that was steamed. The smell of radish seeds also came, which was a little pungent. Pots of radishes were carried to the courtyard like this. Some of them were still steaming. The person who delivered the radishes said politely to Yamamoto, "I don't think this courtyard can hold all of them. Some of them have to be transported away first. There are people elsewhere who will help to steam them." Young Master Yamamoto, "Don't worry. They are almost done steaming. It won't take too long." The sky collapsed, the earth sank, and the day turned into night. Yamamoto's eyes were full of little stars, the kind that twinkled. When he opened his mouth, his smile disappeared. Young Master Yamamoto, do you feel that we have done too well and feel bad?" "It's okay." The higher-up said that young Master Yamamoto likes to eat radishes. They are very nutritious, just like ginseng. It's just that it's not the right time to eat them yet. "It's okay. When we steam them, we leave a gap in the middle of each radish. When the time comes, we can dry them in the sun. It can guarantee that they won't spoil for a long time. It's just like making red ginseng. It's very useful. Young Master Yamamoto can't finish them all at once, but you can keep them and eat them slowly. With so many radishes, even if young Master Yamamoto finds 100 people to eat them, it will take a few days." The person in charge of receiving Yamamoto praised himself. The person who carried the radishes also showed an expression of, "We have done a good job." Yamamoto stood in front of the cooked radishes, motionless. He didn't even blink. If it weren't for the violent rise and fall of his chest and the 2 streams of blood coming out of his nose, it would be easy to think that he was a wooden man. "Why did you steam them?" "I want raw radishes, not cooked ones. I will steam them slowly when I go back." Yamamoto began to mumble incoherently. "Young Master, you can't steam them slowly. After a period of time, the radishes can't be eaten. Biting them in the mouth is like chewing white rice." "Young Master Yamamoto, do you want to find a carriage yourself, or do we send a carriage to transport them to the place?" The person in charge of receiving Yamamoto asked kindly. "Where is Xueqi? I want to see him." Yamamoto didn't intend to accept so many cooked radishes and radish seeds. He wanted to plant them into ginseng. How could he plant them when they were cooked? In reply to young Master Yamamoto, His Excellency went to meet the people of the Zhang family and Wang family. The people sent by the 2 families said that they wanted to take away all the radishes and radish seeds. They should be arranging people to count them. Fortunately, young Master Yamamoto said it in time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take out so many radishes and radish seeds. "We are also not sure. We are afraid that the people of the Zhang family and Wang family will know." He really wanted to grab Jiangxin and bite him a few times to vent his anger, but he knew he couldn't do that. The most important thing now wasn't losing 25,000 strings of cash, but how to get more seeds and radishes, not the ripe ones. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Jiangxin's words, he said with a smile, "How can we get the money back? That's what the Sinongsi deserves. What I mean is, can we get some radishes and seeds? Raw ones, not steamed ones." "Oh, this is difficult. Now that the Zhang family and the Wang family have come, and the price is not low. What's more, they are still sending people to check. What should we do?" Jiangxin looked embarrassed. If he didn't say that, Yamamoto would really think there was no hope. But when he heard him mention money, he had a little fantasy in his heart and said, "I wonder if Zhang Shaoqing can think of another way. It's easy to talk about money. You can do the same as the Zhang family and the Wang family. And you don't have to worry about the money from the last transaction. The steamed radishes are also good." Yamamoto had always wanted to buy it at a lower price than the Zhang family and the Wang family. But he didn't expect that things would go wrong like this. In order to grow the ginseng, he had to bear the pain and pay a high price. Compared to the price of the ginseng, this money was still affordable. He didn't expect that when he specifically mentioned the 20,000 strings of cash, Jiangxin didn't appreciate it and put on a helpless look. "I don't think it's possible. It's difficult, really difficult, unless, Zhang Shaoqing, unless what?" Yamamoto saw a chance and asked. "Unless the price is higher, I can think of a way to get some from the people of the Zhang family, but not a lot. As for the seeds, 50 coins for one, and the radishes are 200 coins. In total, I can sell 1 million seeds and 100,000 radishes to Brother Yamamoto. Do you want them?" Jiangxin took the initiative and began to act according to the script, with an attitude of, it doesn't matter if you don't want to. Yamamoto's nose was bleeding again. This time, it was not because he was scared, but because he was angry. There were so many seeds and radishes, but he said it was not a lot. If it was 50 coins, it would be 50,000 strings of cash for the seeds, plus 20,000 strings of cash for the radishes, a total of 70,000 strings of cash. Together with the gifts and the money for the steamed seeds and radishes, it was almost 100,000 strings of cash. Yamamoto pondered for a while. Just when Jiangxin showed an impatient expression, he finally said, "Can you give it on credit first and give it to the Sanongxi temple at this time next year? It's really difficult to raise money now." It was not that Yamamoto couldn't give it, but he didn't want to give it immediately. The capital was the capital of the Tang Empire. How could the Japanese not put more money here for emergencies? But once the other 70,000 strings of cash were taken out, the capital's money would be easily insufficient at a critical time. Therefore, Yamamoto also wanted to learn from the Zhang family and the Wang family. First, he took the radishes back, sold the ginseng, and then returned the money. Jiangxin shook his head and smiled. "Yamamoto, I have to wait, but the Zhang family and the Wang family may not. I can't go over and tell them to quietly give out the radishes and seeds and give them the money at this time next year, right?" The people around the Sanongxi temple also nodded. Indeed, they couldn't do this. Even if they said it, the other party would not agree. Yamamoto didn't believe that they really needed so much money, but he couldn't think of a better way. He hesitated and said, "Then can you buy less? It's good that you don't buy. You don't have to spend money." Jiangxin replied, "Okay, I'll buy it. When I find someone to raise the money, you must leave the seeds and radishes." Yamamoto compromised and didn't delay any longer. He hurriedly left to get the money. This time, the money that the country put in the capital of the Tang Empire was basically gone. Yamamoto, who came back with the money, finally got his wish and shipped the radishes and seeds away. As for the steamed radishes, he would dry them and eat them as vegetables. They were very expensive, so he couldn't bear to throw them away. After buying the radishes and seeds, he still had to buy a thermometer and prepare other things. Yamamoto didn't stay in the capital for long. He hired a boat and got someone to load the things. He rushed to the Four Seas Academy. He estimated that he would still lose a lot of radishes when he arrived. The journey was not short. Jiangxin, who had received 100,000 strings of cash, began to hold a celebratory banquet in the Sanongxi temple. 100,000 strings of cash was enough to use for many years. Although he didn't sell all the seeds and radishes, it was still not bad. The news quickly spread to Li Longji, who had found time to watch the craftsman competition today. Li Longji, who was in a good mood, was even happier this time. He said to Zhang Shua, who had also come this time, "Minister Zhang, what do you think? Divine and supernatural abilities. In the next few years, there is no need to pay the Sanongxi temple any more money. This official can't do that." Zhang Shua replied. It sounded good, but Gao Lishur, who was standing at the side, frowned. If that was the case, wouldn't he be praising Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? What did he mean by divine and supernatural abilities? Could it be that he was more powerful than the emperor? God. Thinking of this, Gao Lishur didn't say anything. Instead, he observed Li Longji. He wanted to see what the emperor was going to say and what kind of expression he would have. He wanted to think of a way to help Xiao Bao and Cuckoo get away with it. Li Longji still had the same smile on his face. He chuckled and said, "Yes, does he look like the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang? Perhaps he's not inferior to Zia." Good. Hearing Li Longji's words, Gao Lishur was relieved. The emperor didn't see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as threats. Instead, he protected them and warned Zhang Shua. The corners of Zhang Shua's mouth twitched as he flattered. It's precisely because of a wise emperor that they can have such talents. Then, Minister Zhang, when the two of them managed to make Buxin County prosperous, what position should we give them? Li Longji asked again. Zhang Shua really wanted to say that he should bring Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the capital, but he also knew that the emperor didn't intend to do so. If he really said it, it would easily cause the emperor to be unhappy. After pondering for a while, he said, "Why don't we see what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan think? If they still want Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to stay in the county, then we'll do as they want." If they want to enter the capital, then it's not impossible. That was indeed the case. When the time came, it would depend on where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to go. But when it came from Zhang Shua's mouth, the purpose was different. It was as if he was telling Li Longji that his words didn't count, and neither did Li Longji. The one who had the most say was the other party. Li Longji closed his eyes and let out a soft snort. He didn't say anything else. Gao Lishir stood at the side with his head lowered. He appeared very respectful, but in his heart, he was cursing Zhang Shua. He knew why Zhang Shua was targeting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. It wasn't because of power. Recently, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had begun to interfere in the upcoming ceremony. They arranged for more than 10 people to enter the ceremony. They were all low-ranking officials, and they didn't have any relationship with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Looking at the gradually increasing number of scholars and gentry in front of him, he said, "The effect is not bad. The effect is pretty good. Ever since we started using the excuse of learning from officials, many people who aren't officials have come to join in the fun. They all want to have a chance to interact with Li Longji. If one day, Li Longji suddenly becomes interested and casually asks a random person while wandering around, they can tell him about what they saw here. Even if Li Longji and the others can't see it, they can go back and publicize it vigorously, thus attracting more people's attention. It seems that humans have never stopped pursuing benefits. Of course. Not to mention humans, even animals have to fight for territory." Yamamoto went to the Four Seas Academy. 100,000 strings of cash. I want to see what he will do after he fails. That's a lot of money. Wang Wan suddenly thought of Yamamoto again. Now she felt that Yamamoto was also a very interesting person. He believed everything and was too gullible. There was also a little respect. This respect was not because he was Japanese, but because he worked hard for his country. This kind of spirit was precious. I think he might commit suicide. Otherwise, where can he get so much money to compensate? 100,000 strings of cash all of a sudden. If it were any official, they wouldn't be able to bear it, let alone a person who thinks for his country. Zhang Xiaobao was not so kind as to help anyone. Whether Yamamoto lived or died in the end had nothing to do with him. Not 100,000 strings of cash, and the money to buy a thermometer. I guess some of them will die. Crocodiles are easy to catch, but what about whales? The current Japan is not the Japan of the future. You can kill them however you want. Sending a ship is likely to be knocked over by a whale. If you make the wrong choice and encounter a killer whale, oh, it's troublesome. Do you think there are killer whales here? I don't know. There should be. After all, it's different from our time. Many creatures are still there. Did we have any at that time? Zhang Xiaobao was not sure. He didn't pay attention to it. Who cares? Without killer whales, they won't be able to get anything good. Our family's boat won't help them. We don't even dare to touch it easily. Don't you think they killed too many whales at that time? There were also sharks. Wang Wan guessed that if it really didn't work, Yamamoto would hire her ship to help catch whales. Although this possibility was very small, because there was a material needed in the recipe, she still said it in advance. If I were them, I would kill them too. How can I get more money if I don't kill them? There are a lot of good things on whales and sharks. Their country doesn't have too many resources. This is why they always like to invade. There are many earthquakes and few resources. If they don't find ways to occupy other people's land, what will they do if one day the island is gone? I understand. Zhang Xiaobao said very rationally. While the two of them were talking, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao were also busy. They had nothing to do, so they wanted to teach Xiaobei and the others. In the end, Xiaobei and the others didn't like to listen to the two old men's boring stories at all. They couldn't stay idle, so they came here to be tour guides for others. Some things were right and some were wrong. The two of them were very happy. Old Man Chong also performed a dance with a legend. His body was not bad, and he could even pick up a few weapons to play with. This made the people who came over feel very satisfied. While they were talking and playing, a servant in Old Man Pai's house rushed over and whispered a few words in Old Man Pai's ear. After hearing the servant's words, Old Man Pai stared and scolded. Bullshit. What do you mean by not enough water? Did they use all the water in that river? Why can't they do something for the country and the people? What's wrong? Did something go wrong with luring the Ru River here? Old Man Yao asked when he heard Old Man Pai scolding him. The people we sent came back and said that they didn't use enough water in Xin Kai County, so they couldn't bring it here. That's the Ru River. Not a small river. Not enough. Even if they flushed Xin Kai County back and forth a few times, the Ru River wouldn't be much less. It seems like they made the wrong decision to discuss it first. Old Man Pai gasped for breath and was very angry. When Old Man Yao heard that it was really this matter, he smacked his lips and said, "There's nothing we can do. Otherwise, we wouldn't have informed them and just went to lure them. I don't believe they would dare to stop us." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were worried about Grandpa Bai's health. When they saw him like this, they hurriedly ran over to ask and comfort Old Man Pai. After knowing the situation, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Wan curled her lips and said, "We were talking nicely, but they actually didn't agree. When the time comes, won't they also get benefits? Besides, the Ru River isn't a river in Xin Kai County. It's just a river that flows through it. I can't lead the troops, otherwise, I would have attacked them." Wang Wan smiled after she finished speaking. She said that she wanted to lead the troops, but even if she had troops, she couldn't use such an excuse to attack others. She sighed and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you think they want some extra benefits?" "It's possible. Their officials want to get benefits for themselves. Another possibility is that they are specifically targeting us. Some are afraid of us, some respect us, some like us, and some look down on us. We're not afraid of them wanting benefits, but we're afraid that they won't agree just to suppress us." Zhang Xiaobao analyzed, but his face didn't show any signs of annoyance. It was as if the situation was very simple and could be easily solved. Old Man Zhang, holding his broadsword, came up and said, "Yes, let's beat them up. Let's see if they can draw a river here." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and flattered, "Grandpa Zhang, you're still young. You don't have to do such a small thing yourself, right? Well, that's fine. I'll leave it to you juniors." Old Man Chong played with his knife a few more times and said to Zhang Xiaobao very respectfully. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan back and said, "Go back and make some arrangements. When the time comes, I'll ask them to beg for peace and let us lure the river. It'll be bad if we can't deal with them." Instead, they were very curious about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's trip. When the dust had settled, they still stood there and looked in the direction that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left. There were others beside them who said a few words, guessing what Xiaobao and Cuckoo were doing. Baoxin County and Xinsai County were very close to each other. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's cavalry only took 4 hours to reach the place, and they were still not fast enough. They walked forward and came to the Rushui River. Looking at the boats shuttling back and forth on the river, the two of them searched for a while but did not find a bridge. Perhaps it was because it was not easy to build a bridge. The Rushui River's current was not small, and a simple rope bridge could be built between the two banks. However, there were probably not many people coming and going, and the boats were constantly moving, so no one built it. When the boatman on the river saw the approaching group, he raised his voice and asked if they wanted a boat. There were many people and many horses. The boatman found another boat, and the two boats began to move back and forth. The trip was really not easy. 100 people and 100 horses? It took half an hour to reach the other side of the river. At this time, there were many commoners on the other side of the river who were watching the show. To be precise, they were waiting for the boats. "Aya, this river is really good. When we reach Baoxin County, the place where the water is diverted will be more lively. When the time comes, we will think of a way to build a bridge so that people can comfortably watch the boats coming and going." Zhang Xiaobao did not forget to look back at the river and praise it as he urged his horse forward. "Then you have to get them to agree to divert the water first. Have you thought about it carefully? Are you sure you don't want to use administrative means directly?" As Wang Wan spoke, she slowed down when she passed by a woman who was carrying a child. She took out a piece of fruit candy from her pocket and bent down to stuff it into the mouth of the child who was curiously looking at her. When the child was drooling and staring at the candy, she caught up with Zhang Xiaobao. The child's mother was surprised for a moment, but she was not worried anymore. She felt that the little girl on the horse did not look like a bad person. Moreover, people who could lead such a large group would not hurt their own child. The current public security was still pretty good. She thanked them from afar and carried the child as she walked. She said that she had met a benefactor today and that something good would definitely happen. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rushed for another hour and finally entered the county town of Xueqi County. They dismounted and pulled the reins as they walked and looked around. They looked at the shops on both sides of the main street, felt the ground under their feet, and observed the clothes and facial expressions of the people passing by. Xiaobao, it seems that Xueqi County is not bad. At least the people are doing well. It is much better than when we first arrived at Baoxin County. It is not a prosperous place, but it can still be like this. The officials must have worked hard. After looking around, Wang Wan praised the officials of Xueqi County. Zhang Xiaobao was a little disapproving. It is so close to such a big river, and it is also an important place. It would be strange if it is poor. Besides, it may not be the work of one official. It will naturally be prosperous after generations. The two talked and looked around as they walked. Asking for directions was done by others. In fact, they didn't need to ask much. Generally, the county yamen was beside the main street. As for whether it looked good or not, it depended on whether the officials repaired the yamen. This time, it didn't take long for the group to arrive at the yamen of Xueqi County. There was also a drum at the entrance of Xueqi County. The drum was very old, but it could still be beaten. The door of the yamen was open, but it was not broken. Two yamen runners were standing on both sides of the door, chatting idly. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's group arrived, the two yamen runners glanced at them. When they saw that no one was wearing an official's uniform, they ignored them and continued chatting. Please help to inform them that Baoxin County's Registrar Zhang Xiaobao and Deputy County Magistrate Wang Wan are on vacation. They are passing by this place and would like to see Lord Feng. Zhang Xiaobao took out his and Wang Wan's name cards, walked in front of a yamen runner, and handed them to him. He didn't ask his subordinates to give them to him to show the seriousness of the etiquette. The yamen runner who was given the name cards by Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He carefully looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, then said wait and turned to report. He didn't seem to have a good attitude. The other yamen runner also looked at them indifferently. He didn't say anything and didn't do anything else. The look in his eyes showed that he believed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's identities. It was estimated that the two people's unique age advantage made it easy for others to believe them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood outside and watched the yamen of Xueqi County. They waited for a quarter of an hour. Not only County Magistrate Feng Chonggong didn't come out, but the yamen runner who just entered also seemed to have disappeared. Even the two officials didn't come to see them. Wang Wan was a little unhappy. If the master didn't come out and was busy, at least let the yamen runner come out and say something. Or let them wait for a while or go to another place to rest. What was the meaning of this? At this time, the weather was very hot. The group and the horses were very uncomfortable standing under the sun. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything and continued to watch the passers-by. He was also watched by others. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, there was still no one inside. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said to Wang Wan, "Why don't we find a place to rest first and wait for County Magistrate Feng to finish his work? Or we can wait until dusk, when he doesn't want to work." Wang Wan nodded helplessly. "Okay, I don't know if there's a better place here. Anyway, we'll be in Xueqi for 2 days. It's convenient to find a place to rest first." As they talked, the two were ready to pull their horses and lead the group to find a restaurant or inn to rest. At this time, the yamen runner who just entered finally came out with Zhang Xiaobao's goods and Wang Wan's name tags in his hands. He said to the two of them, "The county magistrate isn't here. If there's anything, come back tomorrow. The county is short of water recently. The magistrate must have gone to see the river." Zhang Xiaobao calmly took back the name tags and said to the yamen runner, "When you bring County Magistrate Feng back, tell him that there's a lucrative business coming." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not believe that County Magistrate Feng was not here. He just did not want to see the two of them, but they felt uncomfortable. If he did not want to see them, he should have told them earlier. Why did he make them wait for so long outside? Leading the horses, the group began to look for a place to rest. On the way here, there was a restaurant that looked good. If they continued to walk forward and could not find a better restaurant, they would turn back. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, the two Yamen runners began to talk about what had just happened. The Yamen runner who stayed here asked the one who went in, "Why were you gone for so long?" "I went to the back to rest for a while. After a short nap, I went to find the master. The master said that he did not want to see me and asked me to say what I said just now. I would not let them leave so soon. If they want to rob our business, we have to let them suffer more. Just now when you were outside, they were very anxious, right?" The Yamen runner who went in said to the Yamen runner who stayed outside with a smile. The Yamen runner who stayed outside was obviously a little dissatisfied. If he had known earlier, he would have gone in and slept for a while. Now that others had taken advantage of him, he listened to the Yamen runner's question and said, "They did not look anxious. When they were waiting there, they were quite leisurely. If what you did today was known to them, you would be in trouble. You dare to play tricks on the officials. Today, you can treat me to a meal later, but I won't say it. They are now on holiday and have nothing important to do. Otherwise, why would they give me a name tags instead of an official card? They are not wearing their official robes, so I am not afraid. Last time, you still owe me 2 meals. Just right, I will treat you today. You can treat later." The Yamen runner who went in did not compromise at all. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he leaned against the door at the back and closed his eyes to continue sunbathing. Perhaps he did not sleep enough and was sleepy again. When the Yamen runner who stayed outside saw that his threat had failed and he had lost a meal, he said regretfully, "If I had known earlier, I would have asked them for some money. If they did not give it, I would not have helped to inform them. Don't you think you are becoming more and more foolish? You can't even do such a small thing well. Otherwise, why would I need to pay for it? Let's make a deal. The 2 debts in the past will be counted as one today. It is still the small shop from before. It cannot be changed. It is all your fault that you did not get the money. They are very powerful outside, but when they return to the Tang Empire, aren't they obedient? The master keeps saying that they will rob our business. What business do you think it is? They want to lead the water over. Of course, it is the ferry business. Why is there not a bridge here? Originally, there was a wooden bridge that had not been repaired for many years. In addition, someone probably destroyed it. Now, we can only rely on the ferry business. Last month, there were a total of 12 ferry boats, and the tax paid was 6 strings of coins. If we let people lead the water over, wouldn't it mean that there are people from other places rowing boats over here? Naturally, we can't let them ruin the business. As for asking for money, I don't dare. I was just informing them normally. If I took the money, they are likely to remember me when they are rejected. When the time comes, they will complain that I have taken the money. That is their best excuse. I am not stupid." The Yamen runner who went in found an excuse for himself. After saying these words, he kept muttering about what he wanted to eat later. When he heard the names of 2 dishes, the Yamen runner who stayed outside did not listen. "I did not say that I would treat you to so much. In the past we ate what we ate. If you are not stupid, then there are no fools in this world. Do you want to rob a business just for 6 strings of coins? In my opinion, it must be a big business, a very big one. Let's wait and see." The Yamen runner who stayed outside also wanted to lean against the door for a while like the other Yamen runner, but he could not squeeze in the door. He swayed back and forth, which was very uncomfortable. He could only yawn and spread his legs to stand more comfortably. "Yes, yes, no, no. You keep watch. I will sleep for a while so that I have the energy to drink." The Yamen runner who went in closed his eyes tightly and fell asleep while enjoying the warmth of the sun. It seemed that he had trained the ability to sleep often and could sleep like this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were looking for a place to stay, walked forward. After walking for about 500 steps, they finally saw another inn. It was similar to the one they saw before. The 2 were not willing to walk back, so they chose to stay here. They asked people to arrange 2 big courtyards and looked after the horses. They went in and casually ordered a few dishes. As for the people who followed them, they would go and order their own food. "Xiao Bao, do you see anything? Is it that Feng Changgong does not like us? He is obviously inside, but he made us wait for such a long time. He is obviously looking down on us." Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao did not order wine. She saw a plate with a lot of soup, so she poured it into her bowl and swallowed it. She asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also felt uncomfortable in his heart. After all, the sun was not weak outside, and they came all the way here. He was already tired, and now he was even more tired. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he replied, "We don't need to wait until tomorrow. We will sleep first. At night, we will ask people to prepare a gift to see if he likes money." "I don't think so. If he really likes money, then he should have come out to welcome us. Who doesn't know that we are rich? He must think that he is only a 7th grade official. It is not easy for him to get such a position after living for so long, but us 2 children are already 9th grade officials. This is called jealousy. He is jealous of our future achievements, so he found a reason to not agree to let us use the river. Hurry up and use your idea. If I am not treated well this time, I will not let them have an easy time when they come to find us." Wang Wan was very vengeful. Today, she hated Feng Changgong. She was determined to get back at him in the future instead of using people to do it now. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Don't worry. It is useless to be anxious about this kind of thing. Besides, he does have a reason to not be afraid of us. After all, Xueqi County is an important place. In fact, in my opinion, it is the same as ours, a middle county. The population is obviously not enough. Isn't it just a river? Who says it isn't? In fact, if we check normally now, Xueqi County is written as a middle county in the book. It is a waste to let them use the Ru River. They have such a good resource, but they don't know how to develop it properly." Wang Wan was really hungry. After talking to Zhang Xiaobao, she stopped talking and ate with all her might. After a while, a bowl of rice was in her stomach. She felt that it was not full enough, so she asked the waiter to bring her another bowl. She put half of the rice into her bowl and poured the rest into Zhang Xiaobao's bowl. She said, "I think the best gift is money. Give him a cart full of money and see if he will accept it. If we can't reach an agreement with him, it'll be very easy for him to use this to impeach us. Zhang Shua might even use this as an excuse to attack us. Even if Li Longji manages to suppress him in the end, he'll still write us a letter to let us know that he's helping us, and that he's been of great help." Zhang Xiaobao said and began to eat faster. He didn't eat much and just stared at the food. When he was almost full, there were still 2 mouthfuls of rice left. He forced himself to eat it, rubbed his stomach, burped, and went back to the place where he slept. He directly lay on the bed. In the yamen of Xueqi County, the county magistrate Feng Changgong was discussing something with the secretary and the county magistrate. They were talking about the arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. County magistrate Feng first told them what he had said today, and then said, "I guess they are waiting anxiously, so they came in person." Think about it. Do you really want them to lead the water to Xueqi County? I think we still can't agree. It doesn't matter whether they lead the water or not, but once they do, the lives of the people in their county will be better, and the people in our county will easily go to their side. At that time, not to mention keeping the middle county, it is likely that we will fall to the lower county. The population of the county will soon be enough. Once it is enough, this county will no longer be middle county, but upper county. Our class will also be promoted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's family is powerful, so we can't compromise with them. Otherwise, there will be no hope for us in this life. The secretary picked up the tea and held it in his hand without drinking. He talked about his opinion. The county magistrate next to him also supported this matter, and said, "I also don't think we can get the benefits we deserve by doing things with them, unless they are willing to send us to the capital to be officials. Otherwise, we will never agree to let them lead the water to Xueqi County. Once they lead the water to Xueqi County, it is also convenient for the people in our county to go there. I think the current situation is pretty good. The people coming from Rushui who want to go to Baoxin County must stop at this county first, and then they can change to the overland route. I think we should do as Darren suggested, build a pier by Yuha. When the time comes, we can build a beautiful restaurant on the pier. Just like what Zhang Zhong did in Wangjiang County of Suzhou. He built a bridge and then built a restaurant on an island that is not close to each other. He made a lot of money. When we also open a restaurant, even if we have to buy it with money, we must buy the population of less than 5,000 people. We can't just build a restaurant, but also let the people in our county set up stalls next to the restaurant. This way, we can collect more taxes and arrange for people we like to go there to make money. It can be said that Zhang Zhong is a local official. Didn't he let the people do things and find things for the people to make the county prosperous? If he can do it, so can we. The registrar official added again. Hearing the two people's words, County Magistrate Feng felt that it was very reasonable, but he always felt that something was going to happen. The most important thing now was to pull in hundreds of people from other places. As long as the number of people was enough, he could apply to make Zhong County online. Although it was an important place now, the official's expression did not change because of whether it was important or not. He had inexplicable concerns in his heart, so he said to the two people, I always feel that things are not that simple. What if Zhang Xiaobao plays tricks? If we submit a memorial to the imperial court and insist on leading the current Xueqi to Baoxin County, can we stop him? Don't underestimate them. You're right, sir. We can't underestimate them. Last time, the people sent by Bigu's family may also find a chance to take revenge. Recently, nothing can happen. Be steady, we must be steady. The registrar official flattered County Magistrate Feng again, which made him very happy, but he said a little arrogantly, don't underestimate them, don't be afraid of them. At the same time, don't forget to be vigilant against them and don't be fooled in the end. If they come and say that they want to do business together, we can't agree. Even if they send money, we can't accept it casually. Otherwise, they will take advantage of us. The three people discussed together and soon reached an offensive and defensive alliance that they thought was beneficial to them. Once there was a bigger conflict, they had to unite together. They could not let one person bear it alone. Chapter 706. When night came, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just woken up, went out with two people, not forgetting to bring gifts. On the way, Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, what's your plan for bringing him food? It's okay if it's good stuff, but why do you have to buy food from ordinary people? Can he eat it? I want to see what kind of person he is and whether he's worth my efforts. If he's just not afraid of power, even you and I won't take a liking to him. I'll help him and get him to the censorate. He'll do something there. It's better to have a different voice in this country. If he's just putting on an act and doesn't really care about the people, then there's no need for him to stay in this position. First, he offended Grandpa Bai. Then he offended you and me. How can we let him go? Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan. Wang Wan opened the box next to her and said with a smile, you're a powerful person. You're very unreasonable and not a good person. If someone offends you slightly, you'll make it difficult for them. If I have the ability to be powerful, why can't I be powerful? What's more, I don't have power over the people. Li Longji isn't powerful? Zhang Shuo isn't powerful. And our Yao Chong isn't powerful? According to what you said, no one in this world with a little ability is a good person. Why don't you talk to him nicely, and I'll wait for your good news outside. Zhang Xiaobao was really like what he thought. If Feng Changgong didn't satisfy him, he would get rid of him. Of course, he wouldn't directly find Li Longji to impeach him, but through other means. After all, he needed to find a good reason to impeach him. Wang Wan was just saying. She was a powerful person. She looked at the night and said, the night here is really good. It's better than Xuzhou. Of course, it's not as good as Sanshui County. If we can build a good restaurant near the Ru River and draw water to form a small lake, the night will be bright. In this kind of night, the stars are sparse, the moon is bright, and the lights of the ships are bright. It is really a beautiful scene. Find more craftsmen to help build a small bridge. I estimate that the tax collected in one night will not be small. Very soon, this place will become a county. Many people will break their heads to come here, and Feng Changgong will be promoted. Wang Wan said so. She really didn't expect that the most powerful of the three officials in Xinsai County really wanted to turn Zhongxian into Shangxian and be promoted. However, the three people didn't have the ability to accumulate experience like her and Zhang Xiaobao. She didn't know that many times, after seeing a certain situation, they could immediately find a feasible way to apply it. At this time, it was already night, and the front door was closed. Unless it was a very important matter, no one would go to the front door. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to the back door of the yamen and asked someone to knock on the door, saying that they wanted to see County Magistrate Feng. Feng Changgong didn't find an excuse to not see them this time, but he didn't come out to greet them. He sat in the study and asked someone to bring them in. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the study room, Feng Changgong was holding a book and reading it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know if he could read it. Anyway, Zhang Xiaobao didn't think he could read the contents of the book because there was only a small oil lamp. It was still far away, so he couldn't see the words in the book. Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to send the box to the servant, and then he said to Feng Changgong, "Greetings, County Magistrate Feng. I didn't expect that County Magistrate Feng is still studying poetry. You are very respectable." He was younger than his biological age, but at this time, he had to learn to speak like an adult. This was not the case of a junior meeting an elder. They were on the same level, and they were all officials. At this time, Wang Wan also said, "I wonder if County Magistrate Feng has eaten dinner yet. We brought some side dishes for Lord Feng." Speaking of side dishes, Wang Wan wanted to laugh. The food Zhang Xiaobao bought at a high price was really good. Feng Changgong couldn't pretend that he didn't see them this time. He acted as if he had just found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He hurriedly put down the book and said, "I didn't expect that County Magistrate Wang and Registrar Zhang would come so late at night. When I finished my work outside, someone reported to me. I thought it was dark, so I planned to visit you tomorrow, but you two actually came. You even brought food. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Come on, please sit down. Come on, serve tea. Please." Although he said please sit down, he didn't sit on the chairs that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan usually used, but on a futon. Feng Changgong didn't have a chair himself. He just put a small table in front of him. Soon, the servant served tea to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and also put a small table in front of them. They respectfully left and closed the door. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the tea bowl, but didn't drink it. He looked at Feng Changgong and said, "County Magistrate Feng is really devoted to the people. When I came here in the daytime, I heard many people say good things about County Magistrate Feng. I wonder how County Magistrate Feng did when you looked at the water in the daytime." "Oh, it's difficult. The county is short of water, and there is only one river. Obviously, it's not enough. I can't think of a good way at the moment. I can only look at the water every day and try to think as much as possible. If there is a little idea that can make the people's life better, I will be satisfied. I heard that Registrar Zhang is very resourceful. I wonder if you can help me think of a way? I'll wait for the people in the county to thank me first. Oh, and County Magistrate Wang, I also need to help a little." Feng Changgong heard the reproach in Zhang Xiaobao's words, but he didn't care. He emphasized that the county was short of water, and he was lying through his teeth. Zhang Xiaobao's impression of him suddenly became bad. What kind of reason was this? Was it because he looked down on him and Wang Wan that he was obviously making things up? Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan and saw that Wang Wan was staring at the tea bowl. He said, "When I came here, I saw that the Rushui River was not bad. There shouldn't be a shortage of water. Is it possible that the Rushui River can't supply the entire Xinsai County? To be honest, the real shortage of water is in Baoxin County. This time, we came here to discuss with County Magistrate Feng about the diversion of water. Once the diversion is successful, not only will the people in Baoxin County have better lives, but the people in Xinsai County will also have better lives. What do you think, County Magistrate Feng?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. He directly pointed out the purpose of his visit and wanted to see how Feng Changgong would answer. Wang Wan didn't look at the tea bowl this time. She added, "County Magistrate Feng, you probably haven't thought of the benefits of diverting water to Baoxin County. I'll talk to County Magistrate Feng now. If you divert the river, you can let the model land in Baoxin County receive more guests. If people come from the Rushui River, they can directly go to the model land. If there are more guests, you can build a sightseeing land between the two counties, or at the place where the Rushui River is diverted, so that people who have finished visiting the model land can find a new sightseeing land. At that time, not only can it provide more income for the people in your county who can't find work, but it can also increase your county's tax revenue. You can even build a night market there for people to trade. You can also look for memorable handmade products in your county to buy and sell. It can also improve the economy of the two counties. If it's possible. County Magistrate Wang's idea is good, But many things can't be done with just a seemingly good idea. There are too many things involved. There are many people coming and going between the two counties, but with so many people coming and going, it's not easy to manage. We don't have enough yamen runners, and we can't let the yamen runners from Baoxin County work in our county. It's very, very difficult. County Magistrate Wang just said that he would bring me some food. Coincidentally, I'm a little hungry now. Why don't we try it together? When I go to Baoxin County next time, I'll definitely bring some food for you too. Before Wang Wan finished talking about the specific plan, Feng Changgong suddenly interrupted Wang Wan very rudely and changed the topic to food. Wang Wan was interrupted, so she didn't say anything. She signaled Zhang Xiaobao to do the talking, while she drank tea and chatted. Zhang Xiaobao's impression of Feng Changgong became worse. When Feng Changgong's servant brought the food to Feng Changgong's small table, he said, "It's not delicious food. We just happened to pass by a family, so we bought it by the way. We just ate and didn't eat it. Then I'll monopolize it." Feng Changgong didn't know what was in the box. He first opened the first box, and there was a rice ball in it. To be exact, it was a vegetable ball. It was stuck in the pot with wild vegetables and noodles, and it was a little mushy. Seeing the rice ball, Feng Changgong was unhappy. He thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately came here to laugh at him. So he took off the top layer of the rice ball, revealing the soup of wild vegetables. It was really wild vegetables, and there was no oil at all. Feng Changgong glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but did not say anything. He continued to open the second box. This time, there were no wild vegetables inside, at least not on the top. Instead, there were two dishes. The first dish was 4 sparrows, which could be seen, especially the heads. The second dish was a worm that was not too big, the larvae of silkworms. They were green and a little black, which was disgusting to look at. He took off the top layer again, revealing the two dishes below. One was a wild vegetable with a little fat, and the other was a kind of wild vegetable that could always be seen by the river. There were a total of 4 dishes and 1 soup, plus the staple rice ball. Looking at these dishes, Feng Changgong asked with a sullen face, "I wonder what Registrar Zhang and County Magistrate Wang mean? Do you want to make fun of me with these dishes?" "County Magistrate Feng, just say that you don't like them. What do you mean by making fun of you? If you don't want to eat them, you can send them to us. We just came here in the evening and haven't eaten enough." Zhang Xiaobao had a 60% idea in his mind that he was going to punish Feng Changgong. He didn't want to eat these dishes, especially the sparrows and silkworms, which were all good things, and the wild vegetables were also green food. When he went to buy them, the family said that he was in a good time to eat so many good things. He gave Feng Changgong one last chance to see if he could grasp it. While talking, Zhang Xiaobao went to take the dishes himself. There was only a pair of chopsticks, so he picked up the food and fed it to Wang Wan. They ate happily in front of Feng Changgong. After a few mouthfuls, Zhang Xiaobao said to Feng Changgong, "County Magistrate Feng, you may think that these dishes are not good, but when I went to buy them, they were the best things in their houses. Except that the cooking skills are not as good as that of the chef, they are really good." "What do you think, County Magistrate Feng?" "I think that since the food can be eaten by the people, the officials can also eat it. If you don't know the suffering of the people, how can you work for the people? Yes, you can take them back and eat them slowly. As for whether I can work or not, you don't have to worry about it. Registrar Zhang, don't you think that you are meddling too much? It's late at night. Forgive me for working hard in the daytime and can't accompany you. Take care." Feng Changgong's face was so gloomy that it was going to rain. He was taught a lesson by a little kid today and was driving them away. Zhang Xiaobao took 2 more boxes and put the unfinished food in them one by one. He said to Wang Wan, "There will be supper tonight. Since County Magistrate Feng is very tired, why don't we go back now?" "Well, County Magistrate Feng, sorry for bothering you today." Wang Wan picked up a box and said to Feng Changgong. Before leaving, she looked at County Magistrate Feng with pity in her eyes. She admitted that Zhang Xiaobao's meddling was indeed too broad, and his reach was a little too far. But so what? Zhang Xiaobao's personality was like that. Besides, who said that others were not allowed to meddle? In public it was for the people. In private, It was to vent the anger of waiting for half an hour in the daytime. The two people left Feng Changgong's house without being sent off. They walked on the road without street lights. The two people behind them didn't want to break the quiet atmosphere. After walking 100 steps, Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao, "When will we do it?" "We'll do it tomorrow. Since he can't be a good official and won't let us guide the river, then we'll change to a better one." "How dare he say that I'm meddling too much?" Zhang Xiaobao said unhappily. "Not at all. You're just using your identity as a county's registrar to teach another county's county magistrate a lesson. How can that be considered too much? Then what were you in the past?" Wang Wan said with a smile. "That's right. Not at all. Tomorrow, I'll ask Li Longji to be an imperial censor. Let's see who still dares to say that about me. As the registrar, I have the responsibility to supervise. Who cares which county it is? In the past, there were people who chased after me across provinces." Zhang Xiaobao was determined to continue meddling. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, Feng Changgong sat alone in the study room. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Today, not only was he questioned, but he was also played. Who dared to treat him like this in Xueqi County? "No, I can't let this go. I won't let you guide the river." Feng Changgong slapped the small table and said angrily. He originally wanted to send people to capture the two people and then teach them a lesson. However, when he thought about the 100 mounted guards Wang Wan brought, he dismissed the idea. He originally wanted to sleep, but now he couldn't sleep. He ordered people to invite the registrar and county magistrate to discuss the matter. He had to find trouble for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Feng Changgong's call came at the right time. The registrar of Xueqi County and the county magistrate were not resting either. The two of them were drinking together. They arrived at the same time and asked people to serve the wine and dishes. "Sir, you don't want to rest early?" the registrar asked Feng Changgong as soon as he entered the study room. "I want to sleep, but I was almost angered to death just now. I can't sleep." Feng Changgong repeated what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said to the two people. After he finished speaking, he was still panting. It was obvious that he was even angrier. "How dare they come here? This is really too much. Sir, why don't you think of a way to teach them a lesson? I'll ask the Yamen runners to investigate." The registrar was also very angry. He was about to leave as he spoke, but he didn't leave quickly. He gave the others time to stop him. As expected, the county magistrate stopped him. "How can the Yamen runners beat them? We should plan for the long term so that we won't be taken advantage of and ruin the big thing in Xueqi County." "That's right. Come. Let's drink and discuss while we eat." Feng Changgong couldn't really let the registrar go out. If this kind of conflict really happened, the first one to be unlucky would be him and the others. After the registrar sat down angrily again, Feng Changgong said, "The first thing to do is to prevent Baoxin County from diverting the water no matter what. The second thing is to quickly gather enough people in the county to avoid trouble. As for the third thing, you two should think about it more." Feng Changgong couldn't think of 2 points. He couldn't think of any. The registrar and the county magistrate also didn't have any good ideas. The two of them felt that the usual way to deal with people didn't seem to work on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They had connections in the capital. Although the three of them also had connections, their connections wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them for such a thing. After eating for a while, the registrar finally came up with a good idea. He said to Feng Changgong and the county magistrate, "Why don't we send people to the county and the counties around Baoxin County to say that Baoxin County wants to become a prefecture? Say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel that their positions are too low. I believe that there will be people impeaching them." No. How can other people believe it? Why don't we change another one? Why don't we say that Baoxin County wants to divert water so that other people can't use it? Also, they don't want to continue farming and only want to do business. The county magistrate rejected the registrar's idea and put forward his own idea. However, Feng Changgong and the registrar shook their heads at the same time. Feng Changgong said, "This won't work. It won't affect other counties. Besides, other people are not stupid." Chapter 707. How difficult was it to attack and annihilate each other in a single day? Set the chain link, take pity on the people, and treat them as the heavens. The night with turbulent undercurrents passed by as the first ray of sunlight reflected the red clouds. Feng Changgong and Zhang Xiaobao's plan was put into motion at the same time. All the yamen runners in Xueqi County were mobilized, and notices were posted at the most eye-catching places in the county. Wang Dui, who was preparing to go to the 5 mu of soybean fields early to take a look, carried a wooden bucket in one hand and a hoe on the other and set off. After walking for a li, he was about to turn a corner when he suddenly saw a lot of people on the main road. Out of curiosity, he went over. After squeezing left and right, he finally saw the situation inside. There was a sign here, and a piece of yellow paper was pasted on it. There were words on the paper, written one after another. It looked very beautiful. As for what was written, he didn't know. What's the matter? Wang Dui didn't understand, so he asked the people around him. Isn't it written here? This county is about to become an upper county. The yamen found a Taoist priest and told him that we shouldn't move the land in the next 3 months to avoid provoking the Lord of the Earth. The number of ferries in the Xueqi River will be reduced by half to avoid provoking the Water Dragon King. It also said that we shouldn't move or migrate, especially to the southwest. Before the person Wang Dui asked could say anything, someone on the other side told him. In fact, this person wasn't literate. He just stood there waiting for others to ask. Wang Dui was worried. My family's land is in the southwest. Can't I go and take care of it? I haven't seen the beans for a few days, so I need to water them. Then go secretly. Don't let the Lord of the Earth know. The person who answered him gave him an idea. Wang Dui deeply agreed and thanked him. While no one was paying attention, he walked quietly to his family's soybean fields, nagging, I only water and weed, I don't move the land. Don't be angry, Lord of the Earth. It was indeed convenient to do things with administrative power. It only took a day for everyone in Xueqi County to know about this matter. The number of people who went out decreased, and those who wanted to move stopped. Those who wanted to find time to develop wastelands did not dare to move. The number of boats that used to rely on ferrying on the river decreased by half, and they took turns to do so. Pedestrians on both sides of the river had to wait even longer before they could cross the river. Merchants who were transporting goods had no choice but to wait by the river. Even the business of the various shops in the county was affected. The gentry of the county complained to himself, but did not forget to ask for charms to be put up everywhere to ward off misfortune. Seeing that the plan was effective, Feng Changgong generously added a meat dish for the servants in his family. He also set up a banquet in the back courtyard and invited the registrar and the county magistrate to drink. While drinking, he asked the two of them, What do you think of this official's plan? Brilliant. Really brilliant. It is said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are more intelligent than others. Today I know that they are still far inferior to you, sir. The registrar's eyes were also blurred, but he did not forget to praise the county magistrate. The county magistrate did not want to be left behind. He held up the wine bottle. Once you make a brilliant plan, who in the world dares to disobey? Ha 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 ha. Feng Changgong was very happy to be praised. He drank a cup of wine with the county magistrate. He narrowed his eyes and said proudly, You two still need to learn more. This official's plan is not an ordinary plan. It is a chain plan. In 2 days, I will show you how powerful it is. Chain plan, it is actually a chain plan. I really didn't see it. I admire you. The registrar's face was full of admiration as he helped the county magistrate fill the wine bottle. Damn Feng Changgong. In order to deal with us, he dares to use the plan of disturbing the people. He is doomed. Fight is fight, but he uses the method of harming the interests of the people to attack the opponent. What kind of official is this? Even if you don't kill him, I will kill him. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were sitting by the window on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. They were drinking a big bowl of wine when they heard the content of the announcement. They said angrily, not caring whether the people at the table next to them were listening or not. So he is blaming us? If we didn't come, he wouldn't use this plan. Well, it is a chain plan. No wonder there is a Ru River in the county that can enter the Huai River and the Jiang River. The lives of the local people are not better. He used all his skills in this aspect. We have to deal with him. But don't kill him. Just give him his official position and let him be an ordinary person. Zhang Xiaobao drank a big mouthful of wine while speaking and burped. He opened the window and felt the warmth of the sun. He opened his mouth and signaled Wang Wan to feed him a bean. Wang Wan was very considerate. She scooped half of the bean with a spoon and poured it into Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. I am too lazy to wait for others to serve me. Tell me, how did it become a chain plan? It is too salty and not delicious. I will cook it for you with preserved vegetables when we get home. Speaking of this, Zhang Jiuling should thank us. If we didn't ask him to search in the mountains and in the wild, there would be no preserved vegetables to eat. Chain plan? The next step of course is to find a Taoist and then spread more vigorously that there is a disaster in the southwest. If it were me, I would do the same thing to stop the tourists from passing by Xinsai County and going to Baoxin County. I think he would be able to think of this and wouldn't be too stupid. Then, I would use the final plan, which is to spread rumors in the counties around Baoxin County and isolate Baoxin County. It's a very vicious move. Zhang Xiaobao forced himself to swallow the salty bean and drank another mouthful of wine. When he felt better, he explained to Wang Wan. Vicious, really vicious. But no matter how vicious it is, it can't be compared to you. How can this be called a plan? We have tricked the people and let them see our methods. You still dare to talk about Zhang Jiuling. Before we came, Grandpa Zhang told me not to keep the preserved vegetables cooking method at home and spread it around. The place where the preserved vegetables are planted actually only ate preserved vegetables as rice. The people who go out to sea use preserved vegetables to wrap rice balls and fish. They even asked me why I collected so much preserved vegetables. What else can it be used for? The most classic part of preserved vegetables is, of course, braised pork. But Zhang Jiuling doesn't organize the raising of pigs there, so it's useless to leave it there. Most of it is shipped to Xuzhou and let our Tang and royal prince publicize it when the pigs are released this year. One is that the people can taste more, and the other is that it can provide more dishes for the local restaurants. Xuzhou is an upper province and has a good economic foundation. In addition, there is our half-advanced bridge. Yes, half of it. Who can put wooden planks on the bridge? With such an environment, they can have more income. Li Sun doesn't spend much of his own money. Since he is willing to use it to do things for the people, let him earn it. We only want 10% of the profit. Isn't that good? I realize that I have become more and more kind recently. I am like a saint. This time, I will help Li Sun with the things we are going to do in Xiankai County. Zhang Xiaobao already had a plan in mind. When he was going to do it in Xuzhou, he would let the people of between the clouds and the water follow suit and let them accept preserved vegetables. This would give the people of Lingnan Circuit another way to improve their lives. If it were someone else who heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they might be moved. Wang Wan put her mouth close to the wine bowl. You are lying. Who would believe you? 10% is 10%, but it is an independent settlement. You are selling preserved vegetables to them. You actually signed a 20-year acquisition and processing contract with the local people there. Also, once preserved vegetables become popular in and around the capital, our inland river transport team will have something to do. Don't always put gold on your face in front of me. You are helping Li Sun get business? If I didn't hear your plan, I wouldn't have known that you were thinking so far ahead. Isn't it to avenge you? Who told him to treat your kindness as malice? I just added fuel to the fire and sped up the process. Wang Wan was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's answer. She put some meat beside the fish gills into Zhang Xiaobao's mouth with her chopsticks and said, If only all men were like you, then it will be troublesome. Won't they be bullied to death by women? Of course, if all women are as capable as you, then it will be reasonable. Otherwise, it will depend on who can get more resources to survive. If you want to blame someone, blame it on you men. The rise of women's status is because capable men seduce them to show off. I don't want to eat anymore. Pack it up. When we go back, you can cook it and taste it. It will be a pity to throw it away. Wang Wan was very satisfied with many things today, especially Zhang Xiaobao who stood up for her and schemed against others. However, she was not satisfied with the food in the restaurant. When the people at the table next to them heard the young lady say pack it up, they immediately took out the food boxes they carried with them. There were clean empty plates inside, and they folded a few dishes and put them away. They had formed a habit. As long as the young lady and young master went out to eat, no matter what the price was, they would never throw away the leftovers. Even if there was only a vegetable bun left, they would take it back to eat. However, no one dared to laugh at the young master and young lady for being stingy and poor. Who would dare to laugh at the children of the Zhang family and Wang family of Sanxue County for being poor? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left the restaurant with their people, a storyteller also came to the restaurant. However, today, the storyteller was not telling a story. Instead, he was talking about a serious matter. There is a bridge in the south and a road in the north. The 9 bends of the Yellow River are intertwined, and the surging Yangtze River is accompanied by the waves. Today, listen to me. Everyone, listen to me. Today, I will not be telling a story. I will only talk about that Suzhou's Wangjiang connects the two shores. The storyteller was a storyteller. Even if he was not a storyteller, his mouth was still so smooth. The diners were still attracted to him. Someone brought a pot of tea to the storyteller and sat in front of him, waiting for him to speak. Last time, it said to stop for a while. This time, one side is lively while the other side is cold. Don't forget each other at any corner of the world. It said that when Commandery Prince Tang and Commandery Prince Li saw that the spring plowing in Suzhou was over, they suddenly thought of their playmates, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still officials in Baoxing County. This Zhang Xiaobao was once the economic commander in Jiannandao. He was able to do whatever he wanted. Someone asked, "Who is Wang Wan?" Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me in detail. It said that there was a murder case at the Wangjiang embankment. The mastermind behind it was Tubo. The logistics of Ezhou were all mobilized. In fact, this is not what I am going to talk about today. It said that Commandery Prince Tang and thought of the two of them and came to see them. Therefore, he picked up his brush and wrote a letter. When he wrote back, he found out that there was a Xinsai County beside Baoxing County. Out of kindness, Commandery Prince Li wanted to do something for the people in Xinsai County. The situation is like this. The storyteller felt very awkward. What he wanted to say could have been said in a few sentences, but he was not satisfied and insisted on adding in a lot of things. The listeners did not care whether or not they added anything else, as long as there was something to listen to. All of them listened attentively to the storyteller's vernacular. Chapter 708. While Xiankai County was in a state of panic due to the announcement, a piece of good news came out from various restaurants, and tea houses. Prince Tang wanted to invest in Xiankai County, and there were several steps to it. First, find a large amount of sesame seeds. When the weather warmed up a few days later, they would be planted in the gaps between the bean fields, or specially clear out a piece of land to plant them. A large mill would be built south of the west bank of Ru River to harvest the sesame seeds and make sesame oil. Second, if there were idle people in the family, they would be able to get 100 chicks at one time. There would be people who would specially guide them to raise the chicks, and they would mainly focus on laying eggs. Feed could be bought from Baoxing County, and a pine flower egg production factory would be built diagonally opposite the sesame oil mill. Third, Suzhou would provide piglets and disinfection technology. Feed could also be bought from Baoxing County. A pig processing center would be built at the border between Xiankai County and Baoxing County, and a leather tanning workshop would be set up next to it. Fourth, a fertilizer processing plant would be built near Baoxing County and Xiankai County to produce better fertilizer for the two counties. The two counties would need to transport rice stalks, wheat stalks, and other useless feces to the plant, and exchange them at a ratio of 4:1. The 4 points were spread out one after another. The money for the initial phase did not need to be paid by the people, as long as the technical personnel in charge of following the instructions did it seriously. The factory and workshop would also be ready to start construction in the near future. Feng Changgong also heard about this and felt that Prince Tang was really good. He was willing to help Xiankai County with the construction. When the time came, more people would be able to earn money. At the same time, it would also attract people from the outside. Wouldn't that make Zhong County a county? The people also thought so. Suzhou was not too far away from here, and after hearing from the merchants, most of the people knew what Suzhou was like now. It was a place where people could eat their fill every meal, where they could eat meat if they wanted to, where they could wear good clothes, and where the children could go to school to learn to read. In order to know the situation in time, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao also sent people to inquire about this news and quickly sent it to Buxin County to let Old Man Pai and the other two know. Old Man Pai and the other two were also in the tourist area of the model today, but they were not in the mood to explain to others. They were worried that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would encounter trouble in Xinsai County, so they absent-mindedly looked at the townsfolk and businessmen coming and going, as well as the nearby county officials who had applied for leave to study. Could it be because of that phone guy? Old Man Chong was holding a 9-section whip in his hand. He drank 2 bowls of sour plum soup with ice, but he still felt irritated. He asked Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao, who were squinting their eyes. If he dares, even if he dares, the Yamen runners won't dare. Does he think that Cuckoo's reputation is fake? They should be back tomorrow. At most, they will be delayed on the road, but they can still reach the county the day after tomorrow. Old Man Bai was actually anxious as well. It had been less than 2 days since they last saw each other, but it felt like a long time had passed. He did not know whether he was saying those words for Old Man Zhang to hear or to console himself. Old Man Yao took a large cattail leaf fan from the side and fanned it twice. He also said, "Don't say that they can't beat Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Even if they show signs of fighting, no matter who is protecting them, they are finished." Cuckoo bullies others outside, and when she returns to Tang, she will be bullied by her own people. It's not good to hear. I told you two to send more people over, but you two didn't listen. If something really happens, don't talk about not being able to come back, even if you escape. I want to see if you two still have the face to stay in their house. Don't think about eating good food in the future. Old Man Chong was most uncomfortable with the fact that he did not have any guards. If he wanted to do something, he had to tell Old Man Pai and Old Man Pai. It was inconvenient. While the 3 old men were expressing their worries in different ways, the people they sent out came back on horseback. Perhaps because they rode too fast, the people who came back staggered a few steps forward before they could steady themselves. They told the 3 old men what they heard without any personal bias. After listening to the people who came back, the 3 old men leaned back in their chairs at the same time. They were completely relieved. Old Man Chong reached out to pour himself a sour plum drink. As he added ice, he said, "That person surnamed Feng really doesn't have good intentions. He even dares to put up a notice. Does he really think that the Yamen is his? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are usually very smart people. Why are they so stupid this time? The other party has already made a move against them, yet they are still kind enough to help the other party. This won't do. Quickly send someone to call those 2 brats back. Did they drink some bewitching soup? You should eat less ice. If you fall sick, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be busy like last time. If you are really thirsty, drink some hot tea. It will cool you down when you sweat." Feng Chonggong still has some integrity. It's really hard for him to come up with this plan. Unfortunately, his intentions are not right. For his own personal gain, he put the people at a disadvantage. It's just a small trick. Old Man Pai stopped Old Man Chong and did not let him add more ice. He shook his head and said, "It's just a small trick." After Old Man Yao ordered someone to make some hot tea, he also said, "It really is a small trick. It can't be compared to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. This time he will lose miserably." "Say it clearly. Why can't I see it?" Old Man Chong reluctantly pushed the sour plum soup back. When someone served the tea, he said with dissatisfaction. He always felt that he could not catch up. Most of the time, he was like a fool and had to be explained by others. You are in charge of martial arts. You don't understand literature. This plan is proposed by Xiao Bao. It kills people without spilling blood. Feng Chonggong and the other officials in the county want to promote Xinsai County to an upper county like Sanshui County. They are about to succeed. However, in terms of economy, education, agriculture, industry, and commerce, they are not as good as Sanshui County. Their population is faster. As long as they have 1 population per county, it is very likely to pass given the current situation of the Tang Empire. Old Man Pai said leisurely. Seeing that Old Man Chong was still at a loss, he continued, "If I hadn't been following Xiao Bao these years and been familiar with him, I wouldn't have guessed what he wants to do. He wants to promote Xinsai County to an upper county right now and make up for what Xinsai County lacks. Yes. Now it's farming and labor. I guess the next step will be education. As for the economy, it's simple. Once the people have a good life and the transportation of Ru River is convenient, it will improve very quickly. Even if the population is not enough, it will be an upper county, and it will be a very prosperous one. Compared to Fanhua County and Jingji County, which are located between the capital and Luoyang, Xinsai County is better. However, the officials in Xinsai County can't take the credit. No matter who it is, they can only give the credit to Li Sun. It won't be long before Xinsai County is promoted, and Feng Changgong will leave his position. How can he stay in such a good place? Naturally, there will be people fighting for it. He can't be the provincial governor, right? Back then, it wasn't easy for Zhang Zhong to be promoted from a county magistrate to a provincial governor. He merged the surrounding counties into a province. Even if he made such a big contribution, he still has to leave and go to Luzhou. Old Man Pai and Old Man Pai had the same thoughts. Old Man Yao added on to Old Man Pai's words. At this moment, the hot tea was served. Old Man Chong did not care about the others. He poured himself a big bowl and gulped it down without fear of the heat. He heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "That's not right. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are going there to discuss the diversion of the water. They've squeezed out a bunch of people. Do you think the newcomer will agree to it? Can they not agree to it? Look at the few things. The first one is really thinking for the sake of the local people. They can plant sesame seeds in the soybean fields. It's fresh. No, it's definitely not that simple. I don't understand this point at the moment. Let's just talk about the last 3 points. No matter which one it is, they're connecting the 2 counties. If they don't divert the water, are they going to transport them by land? When the people think about this, they'll take the initiative to propose a river so that they can travel more conveniently. This is especially true for transporting feces. It won't be as dirty if they take the water route. Old Man Pai poured himself half a bowl of tea and blew on it gently as he explained to Old Man Chong. When the 3 old men spoke up to this point, a head popped out from behind them. Her little face was filled with curiosity as she asked, "Grandpa Bai, why can't I understand? Are Sister Cuckoo and Brother Xiao Bao really better than that bad guy? When did you arrive, Xiang Er? Are you thirsty? Drink a bowl of sour plum soup. Come, Grandpa will tell you. Feng Changgong is that bad guy. He only thinks about his own benefits and doesn't care about the people at all. That's why he resorted to harming others to benefit himself. Such a person deserves to be killed. Your brother Xiao Bao is different. In terms of attacking methods, that bad guy is no match for your brother Xiao Bao. But your brother Xiao Bao won't use such methods on the people of Tang. Even if he wants to use them, your sister Cuckoo won't agree to it. When using tricks to attack the opponent, he doesn't forget to take the people into consideration. This is what it means to care about the people of Tang. Otherwise, your brother Xiao Bao won't have to go through so much trouble to deal with Feng. Oh, that bad guy. If you change countries, you'll know how ruthless your brother Xiao Bao is. To Tang, there's only one word to describe it. Kindness is like water. Old Man Pai wanted to carry Luo Xiang Er over, but found that the weather was too hot. He had to move to the side and let Xiang Er sit on the armrest. He gave her a bowl of sour plum soup and explained to her. Xiang Er still didn't quite understand. She took the bowl and thanked him. You mean very powerful, right? Xiang Er knows what kindness is like water. Sister Cuckoo taught Xiang Er a few days ago. Kindness is like water. Water benefits all things but doesn't compete. It's good for people's evil, so it's similar to the Tao. A man doesn't compete, so he doesn't care. Sister also said that brother Xiao Bao is like water, but it's not the Yellow River. It's the sea. It surges when it's calm. When it's good, it breeds all things. When it's evil, it turns the world upside down. Is the sea very powerful? Can it be compared to brother Xiao Bao? It's equally powerful. What else could Old Man Pai say? Wang Wan had already given her evaluation. Chapter 709. The warm summer breeze blew gently, and traces of green were reflected in the blue waves. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't plan to go back to Xueqi County for the time being. They wanted to organize the preliminary work in the county, so that it would be easier for others to take over after they had laid down a good foundation. As for whether they would be absent from work, they weren't worried at all. They had applied for 3 days of leave, 2 days of leave for this month, and 10 days of sick leave after 5 days. In total, they could stay outside for half a month. Of course, they didn't say anything. They wanted to show their faces more often. It would be best if Feng Changgong found out and wrote an impeachment report. Even if it couldn't do anything to him, it would at least make him feel disgusted. On the 3rd day after they arrived in Xueqi County, they went to the Ru River and found a spot on the shore. They sat there and watched an old man fishing. The water was urgent, so there were no floats. The old man brought 3 fishing poles and a few lead stumps with many hooks. He hung live bait on the hooks one by one, then threw it into the water with a whoosh. He straightened the line and set the poles on a rock to complete the task. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't say anything. They just watched. It was hard for others to know what they were thinking. The old man wore a bamboo hat on his head. He was probably afraid of being dazed by the sun. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, he glanced at them. Seeing that their clothes weren't made of hemp, he couldn't guess their family situation. However, judging from their expressions, he felt that they weren't from an ordinary family, so he didn't take the initiative to talk to them. There were boats passing by the river from time to time. Fortunately, the hook the old man set wasn't too far from the shore, so it wasn't caught by the boats. He must have taken this into consideration. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed there for an hour. From time to time, Zhang Xiaobao would stand up and take out a monocular from Wang Wan's pocket to look around. Wang Wan, on the other hand, had a hard straw stick in her hand and occasionally drew on the ground. The old man's luck was pretty good today. Within half an hour, he had caught more than a dozen fish. Among them, there were even 3 that weighed more than 2 catties. The 3 of them were always sitting there silently, so the old man couldn't help but glance at the 2 older children every once in a while. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. In the past, when the children saw him catch fish, they would shout happily. When he left, he would give the children a few fish. Everyone didn't come in vain. These 2 were strange today. Why weren't they like other people? When he caught a fish, he just glanced at it and continued to sit there. Just now the 2 children might have been hot, so they pulled a lot of grass from the side and weaved it into a big hat to cover their heads. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't have noticed that there were 2 people here. The fishing rod trembled violently twice, and the old man quickly pulled the line. This time, he caught a fish that weighed about 3 catties. The old man happily said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Children, do you want to eat fish? When you leave, bring a big one home." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still busy with their own things. When they heard the old man speak, they turned their heads at the same time and saw a catfish. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and then said to the old man, "Grandpa, this is the one in your hand. Xiaobao and I bought it. We'll braise it when we get back." The old man didn't want to give the big one. It was more difficult to catch catfish with the rod today. Although it was big, the one in his hand was much smaller than the real big ones in the river. If he encountered that kind of catfish, he wouldn't be able to catch it at all. He wanted to keep it for one night and sell it tomorrow. Seeing that the 2 of them wanted to buy it now, he hesitated for a moment and said, "There's no need for money. Take it and eat it. The 2 of you are quite good-looking." Hee, it's not easy to accompany this old man for so long. "Thank you, Grandpa." Wang Wan didn't refuse. It was just a fish. When the factory and workshop were repaired, they would find someone to keep watch at night. At that time, many old men with nothing to do would have leisurely jobs. She would arrange a good one for this old man. When the old man heard Wang Wan's voice, he nodded happily and said, "Then I'll put it in the net first. When I leave, I'll take it. The 2 of you are good kids. Grandpa is also a good person. Good people will be rewarded." "Grandpa, are there many catfish in the water?" Wang Wan also replied, "Yes, there are big ones. If I really encounter a big one, I have to throw the rod. I don't dare to pull it up. If I drag people in, they will disappear. There are also Korean fish." The old man was willing to listen to Wang Wan's crisp voice when she spoke, so he said with a smile, Wang Wan thought for a moment and said, Grandpa, are there many idle people in your house? Why don't you dig a pond and catch Korean fish? The fish are delicious and you can make a lot of money. There are many fish in the river. Why should I raise them? I just have nothing to do, so I catch a few fish and exchange them for money to buy candies for my grandson. If there are more fish, I will take them back and stew them. When the old man talked about his grandson, the wrinkles on his face piled up together, making him look very kind. Wang Wan understood that the old man's family was living a good life, so she stopped persuading the old man to raise fish. There were many fish in the river, but it was not as comfortable as raising fish. He could catch fish whenever he wanted. In this way, the old man might not be able to keep watch at night. Wang Wan suggested again, Grandpa, why don't you build a house nearby? Maybe it will be useful in the future. That can't be done. I heard that a workshop is going to be built here. Don't occupy other people's place. The old man knew a lot. He didn't know that Wang Wan just wanted him to cook some dishes for the people in the workshop after building the house and make more money. Seeing that the old man didn't agree, Wang Wan didn't continue to persuade him. She lowered her head and continued to draw. Perhaps it was true to Wang Wan's words. The old man's 3 fishing rods caught the fish one by one. After a while, the net that was put into the water to hold the fish was full. There were at least 50 caddies of fish in the net, and the fish were squeezing each other and flipping back and forth. Just as the old man was thinking about how to go back and catch a big fish for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, a group of people came to the shore. There were carriages and horses. After they stopped at the shore, 3 people in government uniforms surrounded by people in government uniforms walked to the front. Sir, what do you think of this place? Let His Royal Highness set up the workshop here. One of the officials asked while bowing beside the surrounded officials. Well, not bad. That's what I want. Ha! There are a lot of fish. Why don't we eat fish today? Don't go too far. Find 2 pots in the house nearby and stew the fish in water. The surrounded official glanced at the place and felt that it was a good place to build the workshop. When he saw the old man struggling to pull the net up, he wanted to eat fish. Hearing the official's words, the old man looked again and quickly bowed his head. County Magistrate Feng is here. County Magistrate Feng, you can't build the workshop here. There are holes in the ground. If it rains heavily today, it will collapse easily. You have to choose a good place to build the workshop. What do you know? Do you know cement? No matter what holes there are, just pour the cement in. Leave the fish here. Take the money and buy some meat buns and dumplings. A government official next to him was dissatisfied with the old man. He took out more than 20 copper coins and threw them on the ground. He wanted to buy all the fish and reached out to take the fish. The old man was obviously unwilling. He didn't dare to say anything, but his hands were very tight. It was not only the fish, but also the net. It would take more than a day to make a net. It was not easy to make twine. While they were in a stalemate, a voice suddenly rang out. It almost scared County Magistrate Feng into the river. Old Grandpa, he wants to buy a fish. Just sell it to him. I didn't expect County Magistrate Feng to be in the mood to eat fresh water and live fish by the river. This is the Southwest. Aren't you worried that something might happen and you might lose your life? What's the crime of buying by force, Xiaobao? As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood up with their straw hats on. County Magistrate Feng stepped back and stood still. Only then did he take a closer look at the person who had suddenly appeared. At first glance, his good mood was gone. Zhang Xiaobao said, I think it's a capital offense. At the very least, he should be sent to Lingnan. When I'm in Luzhou I'm kind. Give it to him now. Feng Changgong was not in the mood to listen to Zhang Xiaobao's nonsense. He shouted at the yamen runner who was still holding the fishing net tightly. It was not a big deal if the 2 of them were to impeach him. It was not that the yamen runner did not recognize Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was because he knew who they were that he was so scared that he forgot that he was still holding the net. When he heard the county magistrate's voice, he quickly let go of the net. He was so fast that it was as if what he was holding was not a net but a burning iron wire. As he stepped back, he stared at Wang Wan to see if Wang Wan would laugh or not. He would rather believe it than not. The old man was surprised. Wow, these 2 kids are awesome. They scared County Magistrate Feng with one sentence each. Who are they? Oh, it's Registrar Zhang and County Deputy Wang. You two are in a good mood. You ran to the riverside to hide and scare people. Just now, you didn't buy by force. Instead, you asked someone to help me carry the fish. Feng Changgong still felt that his heart was beating fast. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan indignantly. Wang Wan did not care about his indignation. She trotted to the place where the yamen runner threw the money. She bent down and picked them up one by one. She waved at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Xiaobao money. I don't know who dropped it. Buy some meat and make some dumplings later. Then we have to ask who dropped it by accident first. What if the owner is right next to us? Who dropped it? Who dropped the money? No one said yes. Take it. Zhang Xiaobao had a good understanding of the terrain today. He was very happy and played along with Wang Wan. The old man finally knew who the two kids were. They were the new Registrar Zhang and Deputy Wang Wan of Baoxin County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. No wonder they looked different from ordinary kids. He did not care about the fish anymore and said to them hurriedly, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, you can't build a workshop here. I heard that you have a good relationship with the commandery prince. Tell him that you can't build a workshop here. Wang Wan smiled at the yamen runner who threw the money just now. She put the money away and asked the old man, Grandpa, are you familiar with this place? Yes, I'm familiar with it. This place is unusual. I don't have other skills, but I can see the earth chi. The old man finally met someone who he thought could compete with County Magistrate Feng. He immediately patted his chest and promised, Earth chi. Wang Wan did not expect to meet a master who had a legendary skill. But many people still believed in it. It was said that some mines were not measured by instruments, but by people. Even the officials at that time also believed in it. Chapter 7:10. Hearing Wang Wan's last question, Feng Changgong didn't say anything. He knew who Tang and County would listen to. He didn't say anything, but Wang Wan didn't want to let it go. She said worriedly, Oh, County Magistrate Feng, you are the county magistrate here. Don't tell me you don't want others to come here to build the workshop? Without the workshop, don't transport things from Baoxin County. If you don't transport things, you don't need to draw the river. If Feng Changgong hadn't heard Wang Wan mention this today, he might not have thought that building the workshop was to draw the river. These 2 days, he had been thinking about how to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, after being reminded by Wang Wan, he started to think, should I stop it? As soon as the idea appeared, it was ruthlessly extinguished by himself. That was absolutely impossible. It was no different from courting death. If he really did it, not to mention others, even the backer behind him would not be reliable. If things went wrong, he would be the first to be punished. On purpose. Wang Wan did it on purpose. Feng Changgong thought. When he looked at Wang Wan again, Wei Wei smiled and said, County Magistrate Wang, you have a good idea. Unfortunately, I didn't say anything about not drawing the river to Baoxin County. If you have the ability you can do it. Then I'll let you see. I'm going to draw the river. Wang Wan looked like she was angry. Feng Changgong was not in the mood to eat fish by the river. He snorted and turned to leave. He parted with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan on bad terms. After Feng Changgong left with his people, the old man understood that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't get along well with County Magistrate Feng. It seemed that they were enemies. Miss Wang, this County Magistrate Feng is not simple. There were people from the state government who wanted to deal with him, but they were dealt with by him. You must be careful. The old man reminded Wang Wan kindly. I know. Thank you, Grandpa. Would Grandpa be willing to take a look at this place? Wang Wan really didn't inquire about Feng Changgong in detail, because he was not famous. She had never heard of this name, so naturally, he was ranked in the list of people who did not pay attention to him. The old man did not hesitate this time. He nodded and said, Okay, you can find me when the time comes. I live in the county, behind the Shengrong Rice Company. My surname is Lu. You can ask around and you will know who I am. I'm the fishing old man Lu. Hee hee. After speaking, the old man was ready to leave. However, he had caught too many fish today, so it was very strenuous for him. Wang Wan waved at the bushes not far away. Suddenly, two people appeared, startling the old man. He didn't know that there were people hiding in the bushes. "Take me home and let me know the place," Wang Wan ordered. The two people helped the old man lift the fish. The old man didn't forget to give Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan the fish that weighed more than 3 kilograms. He talked with the two guards all the way back. It was estimated that he would arrive home at around 5 in the afternoon. After the old man left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to continue to look at the terrain. They looked at each other and walked to a house nearby. They planned to borrow the kitchen to cook the fish and buy some other things. They would have a meal at noon. The guards would find something to eat by themselves, so they didn't need to worry about it. Maybe it was because the fish was really delicious, or maybe it was because they hadn't eaten such a simple braised fish for a long time. They missed it. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao both felt that it was delicious. They also invited the 4 people of the house to eat together. They also bought 2 dishes with the copper coins they robbed. The 6 people were very happy. The woman of the house who ate kept praising Zhang Xiaobao's cooking skills. She didn't forget to tell Wang Wan that she should cook more in the future. She couldn't let a man cook, so it was okay to eat occasionally. "Xiaobao, I don't think Feng Changgong can stop Li soon." On the way back, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you really think he is stupid? I guess he is thinking about how to take credit. It's useless. When we go back, I will go to the official post and enter the capital." Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect Feng Changgong to do anything. If he did, it would save a lot of trouble. Then we have to deal with his plan now. It is very useful. Nowadays, people need to use curses to cure diseases. Everyone believes it. It is not easy to change. Wang Wan thought that Feng Changgong's plan was difficult to break. When Feng Changgong found a Taoist priest to pretend, the people would be more convinced. Zhang Xiaobao said disapprovingly, "Don't forget what I do. There is a saying that the best way to deal with cavalry is to use cavalry. We can do the same. We can play better than him. For example, we can find a piece of oil paper in the fish's stomach with words on it. There are many ways. Go back and help me think about a few." "You are so bad." "Okay, let's do it. Come up with more tricks to scare people." Wang Wan had a plan in her heart. She felt that it was a very interesting thing. When they returned to the county, Zhang Xiaobao began to write a letter. He asked someone to take it back and stamped it. It was sent to the capital through official channels. This time, it was not a private letter. They had to go through official channels. Otherwise, they would not be able to achieve their goal. Before Li Sun knew anything, many people came to Xian Kai County and started to work according to the storyteller's instructions. The commoners were ready. It was the same as Royal Prince Anne's investment. Those who planted soybeans were given sesame seeds. Those who had free time at home were given chicks and piglets. The craftsmen also gathered by the river and waited for orders to start work. Feng Changgong was also busy these days. He went to the riverside every day to check on the progress of the project. He also said a few words of encouragement. It was as if he was the reason why Prince Tang and was able to invest in the project. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not return to the county. They stayed by the riverside with Old Man Lu. They checked on the qi in the morning and at night. They also explained the mysteries of the project to Zhang Xiaobao and Old Man Lu. The two did not understand, probably because they were not talented enough. On the 9th day of work at Ru River, the most important person in Xian Kai County, Li Sun, arrived. Li Sun did not take a boat. Instead, he rode a horse. He raised pigeons in Xuzhou. Last month, he asked someone to send them to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Baoxin County. He said that they should contact each other if anything happened. He could not just leave. He was preparing to go back to the capital for a blind date. He did not know what kind of people he found. He would go and take a look. If they were not good enough, he would look for Zhang Xiaobao to discuss countermeasures. When the news spread that he was going to invest in Xian Kai County, Zhang Xiaobao sent him a letter with a pigeon. He was eager and did not want to stay in Xuzhou any longer. He used this as an excuse to come here. He even brought 600 guards with him and appeared at the riverside of Ru River. It was noon when he arrived. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate with the others at the construction site. As usual, those who worked were given good food and drinks. Yesterday, they ate 2 dishes and a soup. Today there was only 1 soup. The main dish was put together with the dishes. There was meat, bread and mutton, and the soup was fish soup. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put the lean meat into the bread. They could not help but tremble when they saw others put a large piece of mutton oil into the bread. When Li Sun arrived, the two had just eaten a few mouthfuls. They did not drink the soup. They tasted it. It was said that mutton and fish tasted better together, but the two did not feel it. They only felt that it was fishy. It was not good to put more chopped green onions and coriander. Haha, meat bread. Good, give me 1. Don't put coriander. Put more chopped green onions. I haven't eaten it in a long time. Eat it yourselves. Don't wait for someone to serve you. Li Sun's arrival surprised the others, but it did not move Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two were still eating when Li Sun came forward and gave orders to the cook who was in charge of serving people. He also shouted to the 600 people he brought with him. With the sudden addition of 600 people, the cook had no choice but to cook immediately. These were the county king's people. If it were the cooks of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, they would not be so nervous. They used to see each other all the time. The cook here was found locally. When he saw Li Sun, he excitedly stuffed a large piece of mutton oil, chopped green onions, and coriander into his hands. Li Sun politely received it and turned around to give it to his bodyguard. You eat it. It's nutritious. Don't hover in front of me. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are here. After giving orders to the bodyguard, Li Sun had to do it himself. He lamented that the cook that Xin Kai County found at the last minute was not as good as the professional cooks of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Eat some salted vegetables? Zhang Xiaobao pushed the only plate of salted vegetables in front of him and Wang Wan to Li Sun. They were all acquaintances, so there was no need to be so polite. Yes, let's eat. After taking a bite of the biscuit, Li Sun saw that there were no salted vegetables in front of others. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had brought them here themselves. They must be good. Perhaps they were made by Zhang Xiaobao himself. He had not tasted them for several months. The news of Li Sun's arrival spread quickly. The people asked around. When they found out that Tang and County King was also eating with the people at the construction site, they liked Li Sun even more. After finishing the rujiamo, Li Sun was not afraid of the fish. He drank more than half of the fish soup. When he was making another rujiamo, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You're using my name to do things. Aren't you afraid that you'll implicate me? There's no donkey rujiamo here. Why did the donkey rujiamo you treated me to last time taste better than the mutton today? I don't want to implicate you. I won't use your name for nothing. I'll give you a share. When the weather gets hotter, you'll have a business there. Help me advertise the braised pork with preserved vegetables. I only want 10% of the shares. The donkey rujiamo you ate last time was made by me. The mutton today was made by a local cook. I want to eat donkey meat, but I'm afraid that there are not enough donkeys in the county. The people who have donkeys will fight with me. If you can kill a few cows, I'll give the people at the construction site braised beef tomorrow." While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, Wang Wan took out 2 tin cans of pickles from her bag. She pointed to one of them and said to Li Sun, "These are beans made from beans with preserved vegetables. These are the beans made with preserved vegetables. There are diced beef inside. I didn't deliberately kill a strong cow, and I didn't want to do that. It's also not an old cow that has been plowing for a lifetime. Try it. The other one is a can. I asked someone to send it to you. This is the can of preserved vegetables and meat that you want to make." Li Sun didn't wait for Wang Wan to help him and started by himself. He first opened the can and sniffed it carefully before nodding. "It smells good. Last time, you gave me 300 cans, and I ate more than 10 of them myself. As for the rest, I gave most of them to the guards who trained well. You didn't give me more. That's 300 cans of pig knuckles. It's a large quantity and not fake. 2 pig knuckles can make 4 cans. Next time, you send me 1,000 pigs, and I'll return you 5,000 cans. Did you write the booklet I asked you to write?" Zhang Xiaobao did not lie. The cans he sent were really pig knuckles. Although they were not small, once they were made into cans, they were very useless meat. There was not much good meat. If water was squeezed tight, they would turn into small balls. This was a real military product. I wrote it. 5,000 pigs, no problem. You can't imagine how many poultry and livestock there are in Xuzhou now. The people are really good at raising them. They even say that I'm a good county prince and give me gifts. I can't even eat them. I've made all the leftover pork into cured meat. The chickens are also dried. Next time, the people will send them again during festivals. I'll give you half. The cans are bigger. 5,000 is fine too. I don't care. The people also asked about your house and said that they wanted to bring something over to take a look. I persuaded them not to. The people of Wangjiang built a big house for you by the river. It's 4 stories, made of wood. It's big at the bottom and small at the top. It's called the Blood Grace Pavilion. I think if I go there and say a few bad things about Wang Wan, the people will rush over and beat me up. They are so jealous of me. What do you think the official looks like? I haven't even seen him before and I'm helping you. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Li Sun finally did not have to be his own county prince. He was very relaxed in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He talked endlessly with excitement. It was noon in Xinsai. It was also noon in the capital. The officials were also eating, but some people were not in a good mood today. They did not have an appetite for anything. 2 people were the most obvious. One was Zhang Jiuling, and the other was Zhang Shua. Zhang Xiaobao's memorial had been delivered. It arrived today. The official relay station was slow, far slower than the pigeons. Zhang Jiuling had seen the memorial, and so had Zhang Shua. Going through the proper channels, it was difficult for Zhang Shua not to see it. This was the first time Zhang Xiaobao had submitted a memorial as an official. Everyone was very curious. Just what was it that caused Zhang Xiaobao to not send pigeons? In the end, when they read the memorial, it was Zhang Xiaobao explaining the alliance between Xinsai County and Baoxin County. An alliance was not a big deal. Any official who could come into contact with it found it very normal. If they wanted to connect, they could connect. The Zhang family and Wang family were very capable. They could build up a good place wherever they went. It was already good enough that they could bring Xinsai County. However, the main point of the memorial was not the alliance. It was to help promote Xinsai County from a middle county to a county. However, it did not write a letter to the province and insisted on going directly to the capital. It praised Feng Changgong and the other officials of Xinsai County, saying that they were rare in the world. It said that during the alliance, the officials of Xinsai County had helped a lot. Furthermore, they were all very capable. It meant that they should be promoted. Such people could not continue to stay in a county, unlike himself and Cuckoo. They were still young and needed more training. If County Magistrate Feng continued to train, he would be old. This was considered normal. Although the officials did not know how capable Feng Changgong was, they did not want Zhang Xiaobao to praise him. However, since Zhang Xiaobao said that it was okay, then it was okay to mention it. However, there was another sentence at the end. It said that the capital should investigate County Magistrate Feng more. This was because many people were good at being officials. Once they were in a different position, it was easy for them to change. In terms of literature, if they felt that he was good, they could also investigate him specifically. The officials also understood this matter. They were afraid of taking responsibility. What if he was not good enough? Investigations were necessary. However, the last sentence made everyone unable to guess Zhang Xiaobao's purpose. Since the memorial mentioned that the main officials in the county should be promoted and given more responsibilities, then there should be new officials. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaobao. The appointment of new officials was the Ministry of Personnel's matter. However, Zhang Xiaobao nominated 6 people and said that 3 of them could be chosen. For other officials, it was as if they did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had overstepped his authority. The Zhang family had done many things that exceeded their authority. If they really wanted to investigate, they would not be able to find out. However, for Zhang Xiaobao, it was different. This was because the 6 people that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned were all Yuanrong's people. To be honest, they were not bad. They were the kind of people who could really do things. The problem was that Yu Wenrong and Zhang Shua did not see eye to eye. Although Zhang Shua was the prime minister, he could not control Yu Wenrong. When Yu Wenrong went out to do things, he did not have to go through the imperial secretariat. Later on, Zhang Shua set up a special organization to control Yu Wenrong. However, Yu Wenrong was still not obedient. He belonged to the kind of people who were practical. He was the opposite of Zhang Shua's people who were knowledgeable. Zhang Jiuling worked under Zhang Shua and was more obedient. He was worried. His retired housekeeper was still in someone else's house. It was not good for him to help anyone. Moreover, the Zhang family had helped him a lot. He was in a dilemma. Therefore, when he ate, he felt that the food was tasteless. There was no need to mention Zhang Shua. Last time, he sent a name list and specifically mentioned Feng Chan. This time, he actually gave an official position in a good place to Yu Wenrong. Zhang Shua really wanted to personally go over and ask, which side is your family on? If you say you're on the scholarly side, that's right, you're the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Even the servants in your family are literate and literate. If you say you're on the practical side, you've accumulated a lot of political achievements, all of which are local. He should not be on either side, but he actually came to find trouble at this time. Could it be that they found out about his conversation with the emperor last time? Thinking of this, Zhang Shua lost his appetite. He was angry and anxious at the same time. He was angry that Zhang Xiaobao did not mention his people. He was anxious because if this memorial was passed, wouldn't that mean that he would lose a good spot? That place was the same as Luzhou. It was specially used for officials to be promoted. As long as the officials there were not stupid and followed the original plan, they would be promoted in less than 2 years. If he sent 3 of his people there, it would be faster to promote and more convenient to use in the future. What should I do? Suppress it? No, I can suppress the memorial, but I can't suppress the pigeons. Zishou, what do you think I should do? Zhang Shua muttered. He could not think of a good idea, so he turned to ask Zhang Jiuling. What he was afraid of had come true. Zhang Jiuling was worried that Zhang Shua would ask him. He could not side with anyone. Who paid for the road? Who was the one who bought the preserved vegetables? Who gave him many things in his house? Who helped him come up with some ideas? Everything pointed to the Zhang family. However, Zhang Shua was not unkind to him. Without Zhang Shua, he would not have his current position. How should he explain this? Zhang Jiuling chewed the vegetables vigorously. He wanted Zhang Shua to wait for a while. He wanted to use this time to think about it. The vegetables were not old, so he could not keep chewing. After chewing for a while, Zhang Jiuling swallowed the vegetables with difficulty. He met Zhang Shua's expectant gaze and said, "Let Lord Zhang make the decision. It would be better if the name list was changed. However, that place seems to be a little chaotic, and many parties will interfere. Especially Yu Wenrong, the current person is his. If Feng Changgong really rises up like this, it means that his people are very capable. Even if he wants to send someone else, he should send his people. Unless..." Zhang Jiuling did not finish his sentence, but his meaning was very clear. Zhang Shua thought the same. He nodded and said, "Then let's do it this way. Let Feng Changgong and the other 2 enter the capital for the examination. As for the other 6 candidates, we'll discuss it again when Xin Kai County is promoted to an upper county." Just as Zhang Shua made the decision, someone outside brought in a letter from Li Sun. Zhang Shua was very worried that Li Sun and Zhang Xiaobao would stand together to deal with him. He did not eat and hurried over to take a look. Zhang Jiuling followed behind. After Zhang Shua opened the letter and read the contents, he suddenly laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, good good good. Zishou, come and take a look." Prince Tang An's new letter said that he heard that Feng Changgong had made many mistakes when doing things in the county. He was worried that the money he took out could not be used properly. He wanted the court to think of a solution. It would be best if they could change the official. Zhang Jiuling did not need to read the letter. He understood from Zhang Shua that Li Sun could not promote officials by himself. If he had not been with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family, he could not even follow them to Yizhou, let alone do business together. If he felt that something was not right, he could impeach, but he could not appoint. He was here to ask for help. The situation seemed to be very favorable to him. But why did he feel that something was not right? Zhang Xiaobao and Li Sun were so close. Did they not inform each other before? One wanted to promote, the other wanted to suppress. It was a mess. It felt like when Xiaobao and Xueqi were in Yizhou. Whether it was war or economic war, it gave people the feeling that it was a mess. Only when the dust finally settled did they know the layout of the two people. Zhang Shua did not wait for Zhang Jiuling to say anything. He happily put away the letter and turned to walk out. Let's go and eat. I didn't eat enough just now and I'm hungry again. Zhang Jiuling thought to himself. You didn't eat enough, right? I only ate 2 mouthfuls. Now my stomach is still uncomfortable. I don't feel good. He followed him out. However, he could not erase the 2 things he learned today. Or rather, it was the same thing. Something seemed wrong. If someone like him came over and really wanted to harm Li Sun, he reckoned that before he could finish his assassination, he would first fall. This was because he saw Zhang Xiaobao slowly returning the throwing knife that he had taken out earlier to his waist. Wang Wan knew why Feng Changgong spit it out. She and Xiaobao just tried to swallow a little bit. Not to mention Feng Changgong drank a big mouthful. But she was not going to let Feng Changgong go. She said, County Magistrate Feng is also wholeheartedly serving the people. You must eat more and take care of your body so that you can do more things for the people. That's right. County Magistrate Feng, please. Li Sun agreed. He really did not know that it was because of the smell. He ate quite well. Feng Changgong's expression was very interesting, as if he was going to the execution ground. He nodded and saw that there was a bowl of coriander and a bowl of chopped green onions on the table. He grabbed a lot of them and stuffed them into the cake and soup. He smacked his lips twice, and with a red face, he took a bite of the cake and drank a mouthful of soup. He did not let his nose breathe out and swallowed hard. He quickly picked up some salted vegetables. He endured this mouthful and did not dare to breathe for a long time. After a while, he let out a long breath and said, Delicious, very delicious. He moved his tongue again and stared at the 2 small salted vegetables. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He recalled the taste and used his chopsticks to pick up the can. After eating, he looked at Li Sun and asked, Your Royal Highness, did you bring these salted vegetables and the things in the iron box? It's delicious. Li Sun thought in his heart that this was nonsense. The salted vegetables were made by Xiaobao for Xueqi, and the canned food was specially prepared by Zhang family and Wang family because they were afraid that people who went out to do work would eat too much. How could it not be delicious? County Magistrate Feng, you are wrong. These things are all from Xiaobao and Xueqi's family. I am not capable of making them. Try more of the beans and canned food cooked with salted vegetables. When you want to eat them, you can go to Tang and Prefecture. I will give you a 20% discount. That is, I will charge you 80% of the price. As we agreed, you must go. As long as you are in Xuzhou, no matter where and what you eat, I will give you a 20% discount. Xiaobao, lend me a charcoal pencil. Li Sun said and stretched out his hand to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan took out a pen and paper from her bag. Swish, swish, swish. He finished writing a receipt for the discount, signed it, and handed it to Feng Changgong with a sincere smile on his face. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but nod. It seemed that they needed to print some business cards for Li Sun in the future, the cheap ones. After all, a name card was too expensive and represented different meanings. It seemed that Li Sun had learned the essence of doing business and had developed. Feng Changgong took the sales promotion paper in a daze, thinking about how much he would have to spend if he went there. County Magistrate Feng, in addition to these 2 things, there will be more dishes, sightseeing, bathing, and fitness. If you can find other officials, family members, and friends, I can give you a group purchase price and take you to watch part of the military exercises of the tumultuous wave army in Lake Tai. The discount is 50%. It seemed that Li Sun was determined to make this deal happen. He was so persistent. He originally wanted to say that if there were many people, he could give them a commission. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was not good to say so. At most, he could give Feng Changgong a special gift. He had to hurry, or Feng Changgong would be finished if he went down. Feng Changgong looked at Li Sun carefully. After confirming that he was the county magistrate, he said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely go. It won't take long." "That's good. Hurry up and eat, or the soup will get cold." Li Sun, who felt that he had made a deal, was very happy. He pinched some chopped green onions and put them into Feng Changgong's soup bowl. He thought that Feng Changgong liked to drink it. Feng Changgong really hoped that Li Sun would be colder to him and not be so enthusiastic. He couldn't stand it. He endured the discomfort and ate one mouthful after another. Finally, he finished a jama and a bowl of soup. It was so uncomfortable. If it weren't for the pickles and canned food, he wouldn't have eaten anything. He patted his belly and said, "It's delicious. I really want to eat more, but unfortunately, I am full. Next time, I will treat County Magistrate Feng next time. I promise." Li Sun's smile was sincere this time. He was treating a customer. Feng Changgong agreed repeatedly. When he was thinking of an excuse to leave and let others suffer, two fast horses galloped from the direction of Baoxin County. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard the sound and turned to look. They saw only one person and two horses. They looked at each other. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Li Sun. Li Sun immediately said to Feng Changgong, "County Magistrate Feng, don't waste time here. The county's business is more important." At this moment, Feng Changgong really didn't want to leave. He could see that something was going on, but since Li Sun said so, he could only obediently agree and leave. When the person saw the place, he slowed down slightly. When he got close, he grabbed the reins and lifted the front leg of the horse. Then, he slid forward for a short distance and flipped over from the horse's back and landed on the ground. He hurriedly took out a letter, took a deep breath, and reported to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Lu Zhou has an urgent report. There is an internal strife in Xinyuan Island. Young master and young lady, please make a decision." "A fight? Good. I've been waiting for this day. Cuckoo, help me write the letter and proceed to the next step," Zhang Xiaobao said happily to Wang Wan, not as nervous as before when he heard the news. Chapter 7:12. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Wang Wan wrote. From time to time, Wang Wan would stop to voice her thoughts. Li Sun listened as well. He was also involved in this matter. Back then, he was the one who contributed. He even used his name as a member of the imperial family to attack the other party. He was also involved in Lu Zhou's business. Moreover, he had to find a market for the 100,000 mountains produce. Provide medicinal herbs to the tribes that oppose the other people so that they can recuperate better. If the situation requires it, we can even send a small number of our doctors in Lu Zhou. Just 10 of them. They can go there to provide international aid, the selfless kind. However, they must be careful not to hurt themselves. Now that Zhang Xiaobao was talking about medicinal herbs, Li Sun nodded in agreement. He liked to hear Zhang Xiaobao say things like this the most. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao was very noble, but in truth, he was full of evil ideas. Wang Wan wrote down Zhang Xiaobao's words and made her own suggestion. "I think we should also send the injured locals who don't have good conditions to receive treatment to Lu Zhou. Firstly, we can promote mutual understanding. Secondly, we can build a good impression of both sides. We can let the other party understand that Tang is peace-loving and that our people are kind." "That's right. Write it down." Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Wang Wan. Li Sun looked back and forth at the side. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When he saw the sincerity in their eyes when they spoke, he wondered if he had misunderstood them. They were really willing to help the people there. "There's one more thing to add. Once the local people are sent to Lu Zhou, don't let them know too much, especially the prices." "All right, let's move on to the next point." Zhang Xiaobao added one more point and approved this point. Li Sun, on the other hand, smashed the doubts that had just arisen in his heart. The sun was still the same, and the Ru River was still the same. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not change either. Not bad. Zhang Xiaobao was about to continue when he coughed. He was thirsty. He had eaten salted vegetables and jama just now, but he did not drink soup. He ran to the place where the workers boiled water to drink and brought back a pot of water. He poured 3 bowls of water, blew on it, and took a sip. You can provide weapons to the peace-loving Xinyuan Island tribes. You can buy them on credit first. You don't need to make any profit. It's just a capital. An iron sword costs 40 strings of arrows, and a 2-stone iron bow costs 80 strings of arrows. You can also provide cement and help them build good fortifications. Remember to pack them well. Don't copy the Japanese. Don't give them gunpowder. It's troublesome to operate, and they might accidentally blow themselves up. But our people must be careful. They must carry firearms. Send gunships to follow them. If there's any danger, board the ships at the seaside. All right, I'll add. Also, ask Lu Zhou's craftsmen to provide arrowheads. They'll cost 200 copper coins each. When we get there, let the local tribes make their own arrowheads. It's also a technical cooperation. Wang Wan wrote down what Zhang Xiaobao said and added. As Li Sun listened, he began to feel sorry for the people on the island. I told you to unite and resist, but now, no one can take advantage of the situation. What kind of iron saber is worth 40 strings of coins? How much capital? I reckon many people on the island will die, and the rest will all be pro-Tang. At the thought of the dead people, Li Sun also said, it's best if fewer people die. The heavens are virtuous and can educate them, teach them etiquette, honor, and disgrace, and help them live a good life. I'm willing to invest in the shares and set up a Xinyuan Island branch of the Ocean Relief Fund. I'll give them hope for a better life and buy the resources they get from their labor at a high price. I'll give them 10 caddies of copper ore and exchange it with 100 copper coins per caddy of cotton products. It's a small profit. When Li Sun said this, he mustered up a lot of courage and did not let himself blush. Sure, Your Highness, you're a good person who cares about the people. Why don't you directly smelt copper on the island in the future? You'll get a rough base and ship it back for fine processing. Zhang Xiaobao was very satisfied with Li Sun, who could say such things. It was good that they had a common language. The 3 of them gathered together and thought about it one by one. When the sun shone through the clouds and shone on the 3 of them, it seemed as if there was a golden light. The 3 of them kept drinking water because of the heat. Feng Changgong stood in the distance and watched, hoping to see something. For example, something happened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families, or they lost money in business and so on. After watching for a long time, he still did not get anything. He ordered the people who followed him, go back. Dream Chasing Master will be here soon. Go and welcome him. In the Four Seas Academy, the matter that Zhang Xiaobao had just mentioned was happening at this time. Shan Ben was at the dock by the sea, directing a group of people to load the scattered cement onto the ship. At this time, small pieces of cement had already appeared, but it was not serious. It could be crushed by hand. This was thanks to the inner courtyard of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They were afraid that the cement was too dry and dusty, which would affect the health of others, so they sprayed some water. It was not a lot, and the effect was not very good, but they had good intentions. How could Shan Ben know that others had helped him out of kindness? He did not know how to preserve the cement. He used his sleeve to cover half of his face and narrowed his eyes. He said to Shan Ben, who was also watching the cement being loaded onto the ship, "This time, if we can figure out how to make the cement when we ship back, it will be a great contribution." Yes. Shan Ben also thought so. There are also radishes that can grow ginseng, seeds, and 10,000 thermometers that we bought at a high price. I hope we can succeed. When the time comes, our country will not lack ginseng, and we can sell it elsewhere. We don't have money. The money sent by our country has been spent. We still owe 10 ships of silver ore and 5 ships of sulfur. After the ship returns to our country and unloads the things, we can return them when we come back. Otherwise, we will be arrested. The people between the clouds and the water will also encourage the great Tang Emperor to forbid other people from entering the Tang Empire. Shan Ben said with a little worry. Without money they could not get close to others. If they could not get close to others, they could not learn skills. It would take at least half a year for the ship to go and return. They had to catch up with the wind. During this time, they could not move around, which would waste a lot of time. Xuanben was also distressed about the money. The Four Seas Academy did have people to teach and ask, but it was impossible to learn good skills. If it was in the past with a few words of praise and some money, they could learn. But now there was no one to teach, and all the good skills were controlled. The best skills were in the hands of the Zhang family in Xueqi County. They were even stricter. Many skills were asked for, and it was said that the Tang Empire's imperial court did not have them. This time, they were lucky to get the skills to grow ginseng, but they could not just leave them there. Thinking of the luck last time, Xuanben was tempted again. He said to Xuanben, "I think we should get in touch with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Buxin County more. Maybe we can get the skills when they are not paying attention." Xuanben nodded and then shook his head. "This matter can't be done now. Zhang Xiaobao is always thinking about money. Without money, he will definitely not talk to us. But there are many good places in Tang Empire. We can send people to secretly learn and see if it can be used in our country. Well, when the ship leaves, I will arrange for people to learn it. Yamamoto, why don't we use other methods to get some money first?" Xuanben took over the matter and proposed a new idea. He meant to use economic means, either to earn money directly or to cheat, but the tendency to cheat was greater. "No, you can't. Didn't we suffer enough in Buxin County? Originally, we planned to let them gamble on the silver ore at a high price. Then when we found that there was no firewood to use during the refining, we would sell them the wood we bought in the forest. In the end, only a small part of the silver ore flowed out. Most of it was kept by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was piled up there and not refined at all. In 2 confrontations, not only did we not earn a copper coin, but we also lost a lot. As long as Tang Empire has Zhang Xiaobao, we can't expect to cheat others, unless a more powerful person comes." This time, Xuanben decisively rejected. He still had a lingering fear when he thought of the 2 confrontations. The rumors were true. Zhang Xiaobao was very proficient in money and liked others to find trouble. As long as Xuanben made a move, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao would participate. Then, he would easily lose the last bit of living expenses. Yamamoto, just now, our people sent news that Buxin County is going to draw a branch of the Rushui River that flows through Xinsai County. Li Sun, the son of the Tang dynasty's Prince Li Chengyi, is also building a workshop in Xinsai County. He is the commandery prince of Tang, and county in Xuzhou. A person hurried over from the dock and whispered to Yamamoto and Yamamoto. Yamamoto's eyebrows immediately formed the Chinese character Sichuan, indicating that the person had understood. After the person left, he said to Yamamoto, "The forest in Buxin County is probably bought for nothing. Once they draw the river, as long as there is not enough firewood, they can quickly send the firewood from Xinsai County to the place by boat. Then, the straw bought at a high price of 2,000 strings of coins this year is also lost?" Yamamoto also said, "Lost. We shouldn't have made a move in Buxin County. It was Feng Chonggong from Xinsai County who insisted on benefits. Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered such a thing in Xinsai County." Yamamoto regretted it. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had gone to Buxin County, but he was not convinced and insisted on going there to try. Now it was fine. He had lost the first time, but he had also lost the final arrangement. It was really too sullen. What they did this time was not a plan specifically targeted at him. They just conveniently brought him along. Indeed, the river was not directed at the people of the Four Seas Academy, but it was directed at the Academy's purchase of forest and future straw. The sun in Buxin County was warm today. No longer worried about Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Old Man Pai, they began to play the role of lecturers and demonstrators again. They explained the history of Gyeonggi Province to others in the model area. Now they were talking about astronomy and geography. Many people who had not been to Gyeonggi Province wanted to go and have a look immediately. Those who did not know the identity of the 2 old men asked about it and sighed again. Ministers and prime ministers were indeed different from ordinary people. With 2 people personally explaining, it was worth the ticket money, even if it was 10 times the price. They were people who could see the emperor every day. While Old Man Bai and the other 2 were talking and demonstrating happily, one after another, Horse-drawn carriages rushed over in a long line that stretched as far as the eye could see. The ground was filled with black soil that had accidentally leaked out. Just as they passed by, 3 old men saw them. Old Man Pai personally approached them and asked, "What is this?" The people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family immediately replied, "It's coal from Xueqi. It's cheap." The young master and the young lady said it would be of great use. Chapter 7:13. Cart after cart of coal face was sent to the designated place to be filled with water. Old Man Pai and the other 2 stopped performing and telling stories to the tourists. They all went over to see what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were going to do. Are they going to use the coal pancakes? This is something I've only seen the Zhang family and Wang family tell others how to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning when they were burning Kong beds on the north side of the Yellow River. The people here don't burn Kong beds. Old Man Pai looked at the busy people and said to himself, "Let's see." Old Man Chong had only slept on a Kong bed when he came to the capital before the new year. It was hard and he wasn't used to it, but it was warm. He couldn't figure out what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were going to do with the large amount of coal face, so he stood at a high place to watch. Once the coal face was sent to the place, the people in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family organized people to work. They didn't hide it, so anyone who wanted to watch could watch. In addition to the coal face, there was also yellow mud, straw, sorghum stalks, wheat stalks, and charcoal powder left over from burning charcoal at home. The iron molds that had been made long ago were moved outside and put down. Then they began to play with the clay. Someone was in charge of the clay, and someone was in charge of recording. According to different proportions, 100 clay balls mixed with various materials were made of each proportion. They were put into the molds and pressed into cylinders with many holes in the middle. After more than half an hour, more than 30 cylinders of different proportions were made. They were placed outside to dry, and there were people to watch over them. Old Man Yao pulled a maid of the Zhang family over. "Xiao Tao, what are you doing?" In reply to Old Man Yao, the young master and young lady are making honeycomb briquettes to see which proportion is good and which is cost-effective. In the future, we will specially make them for boiling water and cooking. There will be special furnaces with 1 hole, 4 holes, and even 9 holes. We will arrange according to the number of people. The coal face is not valuable, and the other things are not valuable either. The honeycomb briquettes can save firewood and feed. The most important thing is that they are convenient to use and won't easily cause a big fire. The maid didn't hide anything and answered all the questions. What's the use of saving firewood? Old Man Yao still couldn't understand. It can be used to make charcoal. Charcoal has more uses, and its price is much higher than honeycomb coal. Most importantly, the more difficult the Yellow River is, the less likely it is to use coal. It is used in the north. Coal is a waste of face, and the rice straw can be used to distill wine. Even if people don't drink it, it can be used in other aspects. This time, the servant girl, Xiao Tao, didn't speak loudly. Instead, she moved closer to Old Man Yao's ear and whispered to him. Old Man Yao Weiwei was stunned. Straw can also be distilled? Even so, you guys still have to surround this place. Now that you've all seen it, it's easy for others to learn it. Don't tell me they're talking about it from the stove? If the young master says it can be done, then it can be done. The young master said that after distilling the straw, it can be made into paper. It would be a pity to burn the good straw and other stalks to feed the cows. You don't have to keep this a secret. The stove is easy to make. You just need to take a look at it. When you get the best ratio, you can post a notice to let others know how to use coal to make honeycomb briquettes. We can use the saved stalks to set up purchase and processing points in various places. Our family has never kept anything that concerns the livelihood of the people a secret. The servant girl knew quite a lot. She answered another question from Old Man Yao. The 3 old men chose to believe her last sentence. If it was said that it wasn't kept a secret, then it really wasn't kept a secret. She had already taken out the methods of raising poultry, interplanting, and rearing. She had also handed over the methods of building greenhouses in the north. However, those were only handed over when the Zhang family and Wang family didn't need to rely on such methods to earn money or when they needed to exchange benefits. Now, was this honeycomb briquettes prepared to be exchanged for benefits, Or was it because they didn't need to rely on it to earn money? It was hard to figure out. Perhaps because she also felt that what she said was a little untenable, the servant girl, Xiao Tao, explained, "Actually, doing this in Buxin County has another purpose, and that is to attack the Four Seas Academy's cross-industry economic strategy. A few days ago, when they came to sell the silver ore, they had a series of plans. However, they encountered the little young master and didn't wait for their plans to be connected before they were cut off. However, there was still a little trouble after that. The forest they bought and the straw they had to buy at a high price will cause the county to have a shortage of firewood for a certain period of time. Transporting firewood from other places will increase the cost. The little young master's intention is to let others know that as long as he is still around, don't think of using methods to attack the people of the Great Tang to obtain personal benefits. Don't think that you'll get lucky and won't give you any chances. Even if it's just a short-term scheme on firewood and straw, it's better to give up on this idea as soon as possible." When she said these words, Xiao Tao raised her head proudly, as if saying that the world was so big, who else but her could do it? The three old men understood. It's convenient to transport them and can be used to build houses. I don't know about the rest, but there should be more. The young lady and the young master discussed this matter for 3 days. Similarly, it shouldn't take that long. That means there's more, the three old men thought at the same time. After so many things were settled, the three old men were in a good mood. Seeing that the honeycomb coal wouldn't dry up in a short time, they ran to the model to have fun. They were very happy. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Zhang Shuo was now worried about who he should send to Xueqi County. Firstly, it had to be his own people. Secondly, it had to be someone who could take care of things independently and know when to advance and when to retreat. In the future, Xueqi County wouldn't be as simple as it was now. Zisho, help me think about who should be sent to Xueqi County. It has to be someone who is really capable and can do practical things. He has to be able to deal with the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He has to be able to not restrict the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family. What if we send a hothead who doesn't find the fault with the original county magistrate and acts against the business of the Zhang family and the Wang family first? Then, we'll be in big trouble. Zhang Shuo didn't have an idea at the moment, so he turned to ask Zhang Jiuling, who he had called to discuss this matter with. Zhang Jiuling was also worried. He really didn't want to get involved. He didn't want to offend either side. Could the Zhang family and the Wang family stop them? Even the emperor could only use conditions in exchange, let alone others. When he heard Zhang Shuo's question, he had no choice but to say, "Just send an obedient person with 2 nimble assistants to investigate the accounts of Xueqi County. However, it can't involve Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, let alone Prince Tang and." After dealing with Feng Changgong and the others, just put away your thoughts and do your job properly. If you run into any trouble, ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for advice. Don't act on your own accord. Just like the officials in Luzhou, as long as you follow the rules, you won't run into any trouble. Zhang Shuo had also thought of this point. However, he was worried that Yu Wenrong would object and make things difficult for him behind his back. Therefore, he retreated in order to advance. He gave up his position and didn't let the person he arranged go over. Instead, he sent the person on his side who was not capable to Xueqi and waited to watch the show. On his side, there weren't many people who could really do things. There were people who could do things and had passed the imperial examinations. For example, those who passed the imperial examinations in Zhenjia Academy would be easy to use. However, they weren't his people. They were from the Zhang family and the Wang family. No, definitely not. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Shuo sighed to Wei Wei and said, "Officials of grade 6 and above can't go. We can only send people from grade 6 to grade 9. Just the 6 of them. Write down 3 names first. As for the other 3, we'll bring them up when others object." All right. When Zhang Jiuling saw that Zhang Shuo had already made up his mind, he knew it was useless to object. Chapter 7:14. Zhang Shuo made up his mind. The next morning, It was morning court. He didn't know why the weather was so hot today. It was a little stuffy early in the morning. The moment the sun came out, he could feel sweat seeping out. Today was also a crowded day. All the fifth rank and above people in the capital were here. They stood in 2 rows outside. Fortunately, there were people holding umbrellas for them. Zhang Shuo wondered if he should wait until after work to talk to the emperor about the candidates. At the same time, he could also get some tea from the emperor. There wasn't much tea at home. Ever since he had a bad relationship with Xueqi, Zhang Shuo and Wang family didn't bring him any tea when they sent him tea a few days ago. Children were really vengeful. He thought so, but someone wouldn't let him do so. At the start of the morning court, without waiting for Li Longji, who was sitting under 2 umbrellas, to ask about the situation during the spring plowing, Yuan Qianyao suddenly floated out. At least in Zhang Shuo's eyes, he was like a ghost. Your Majesty, I heard yesterday that Baoxin County's Registrar Zhang Xiaobao and County Deputy Wang Wan submitted a letter to the Secretariat. They want to fill the positions of the officials promoted from Xin Kai County. There are 6 candidates, and I think it's feasible. Yuan Qianyao was afraid that Zhang Shuo would secretly say it. If he didn't mention it now, he wouldn't have the chance to participate in it later. He couldn't just blindly follow Zhang Shuo. Zhang Shuo wasn't the only person in the Secretariat. If he couldn't find out about this, he wouldn't be able to be the Prime Minister. Li Longji didn't know about this and didn't directly say anything. Instead, he glanced at Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir was also puzzled. How did Xiaobao and Xueqi go through the proper channels? It might be so for other officials, but it wasn't right for them. Zhang Zhong didn't seem to have gone through the proper channels many times. Xiaobao and Xueqi always directly wrote to him about what they wanted to do and let the emperor know through him. Then they would achieve their goals. Gao Lishir, who couldn't figure it out and didn't understand, gave Li Longji a blank look. Seeing that Gao Lishir didn't know, Li Longji became interested and asked Yuan Qianyao, "How can Xin Kai County be promoted to a county? Tell me." This simple sentence made all the officials envious and jealous. It wasn't because the emperor asked about the promotion of Zhong County, but because the emperor didn't mention when the registrar and deputy county magistrate of Baoxin County would be in charge of Xin Kai County. It was as if what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said was very normal. That was how it should be, to catch up with the censorate. The officials of the censorate and the Ministry of Rights resisted the urge to stand up and tell the emperor that this matter was against the rules. They just stood there and selectively lost their hearing. Yuan Qianyao wasn't thinking about this either. He replied to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, Commander Prince Tang, and wishes to build a few businesses in Xin Kai County to improve the living standards of the local people. Baoxin County's Registrar Zhang Xiaobao and Deputy County Magistrate Wang Wan should be helping to preside over matters in Xin Kai County. Oh no, they should be in Xin Kai County to see how they can manage Baoxin County together. This plan is divided into 4 steps. Once these 4 steps are done, the corresponding education and medical treatment will follow. At that time, the population of the county will definitely exceed 5,000 people. Therefore, there are 6 candidates for the replacement of positions: Chen Shi, Zhang Han. Yuan Qianyao didn't forget about the 6 candidates when he told Li Longji the details of the matter. They were all Yu Wenrong's men. Although they weren't really his men, he could still give Zhang Han a blow. When the officials heard this, their eyes swept back and forth between Yu Wenrong and Zhang Han, wanting to see their reactions. Under normal circumstances, even the county magistrate of Shangxian County was only a secondary class, grade 6 local official. No one in the capital cared about the officials. If they were really appointed, they would be demoted. However, once the Zhang family and Wang family were involved, things would not be so simple. In the beginning it was Sanshui County. Now, no one could send an official there. If they wanted to send an official there, they would have to first be a scribe and slowly rise up the ranks. Who would want to directly send a county magistrate there? Dream on. Not even the registrar or deputy magistrate could be sent there, let alone a county magistrate. It was about the same for Huayuan County. There was also Luzhou, Yi Prefecture, and Shu Prefecture where Commander Prince Tang and was located. These were the places where the Zhang family and Wang family had been before. Once there was a position, they would do anything to squeeze into it. They would rather not take the position in the capital first. After 2 years, they would definitely be able to come back. Those with idle positions would have real power. Those from the Ministry of Rights would be able to go to the Ministry of War or the Ministry of Revenue. This was a shortcut. As long as they were not stupid and went against people when they went there, they would have a golden signboard that was extremely dazzling. Currently, no one knew who would be able to take over the position of Baoxin County. The neighboring Xueqi County was also targeted by the Zhang family and Wang family. They had already started building a complete set of facilities. Would there be any shortage in the future? Li Longji knew what all the officials knew. If Xiao Bao and Wang Wan really got involved, Xueqi County would become very prosperous in the future. They would be able to pay a lot of taxes every year. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhong could no longer be sent to be the provincial governor. The people from the Zhang family and Wang family could not be sent to be local officials for the time being. Otherwise, they would really want to disperse. At that time they would have more money. They could do whatever they wanted and fight wherever they wanted. The 6 people who were promoted were all minor officials. Li Longji did not know who they belonged to. His eyes followed the direction of the officials' gazes. When he saw them he understood. They were actually Zhang Shua and Yu Wenrong's men. If Zhang Shua knew what Li Longji was thinking, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. None of those 6 people were his men. His men had all gone through the imperial examinations. Look at those 6 people. Some of them were shady, and some of them slowly worked their way up. None of them were even in this life. At this time, Li Longji spoke. What do you think? After he asked, he did not forget to look at Gao Lishur. He meant to say that Gao Lishur should also think about it. Don't send the wrong person. If you really send a stupid person there, he would find trouble with the Zhang family and Wang family for no reason and delay the tax collection. Gao Lishur replied to Li Longji with a look of understanding. He stood there and began to think. He knew that the best candidate was not someone who had accumulated experience in the local areas, nor was he someone who had gone through the imperial examinations. He had to be someone who had been sponsored or taught by the Zhang family and Wang family. The best candidate was, of course, someone who had graduated from the Zhenjia Academy. Those who had passed the imperial examinations could be arranged as they wished. If they were asked to write history, they would do it. If they were asked to do something, they would do it. They would never make any mistakes. This was because these people wanted to take the imperial examinations. They would have to report to the academy a year in advance. The academy would specially set questions for them. They had to pass within a year before they were allowed to take the imperial examinations. Otherwise, even if they were capable and could get a place as a high scholar elsewhere, they would not be able to pass the imperial examinations. Those who graduated from the Zhenjia Academy were all very capable. He had also heard that the examination questions were different every year. Some would send you out to be a registrar. The deputy county magistrate and county magistrate were in cahoots. Your good ideas would all be suppressed, and you would be asked what to do. Some would send you to places that were prone to floods. When you were the county magistrate, the officials below would not cooperate with you. The provincial central government and the imperial court would not allocate money to you. How could you minimize the disasters caused by floods? All the examination questions would not be asked in person. Instead, they would give you a map and arrange for people to complete the personnel involved in the examination questions. When you were the county magistrate, you would be like a real county magistrate in the year of the examination. There would be others who would cooperate with you or not. They would play supporting roles. The difficulty of the examination was definitely higher than real life. There would even be unruly people who would cause trouble. The local gentry would be powerful. How could those who could accept such an examination and survive it be easy to deal with? It was really comfortable to use such people. When a place was in trouble, they would be sent to be officials. That would save them a lot of trouble. However, all the places that the Zhang family and Wang family had been to, except for Xueqi County, could not be arranged anywhere else. Otherwise it would be terrible. If they really worked together, it would be like the wind following the tiger and the clouds following the dragon. No matter what, they had to be suppressed. While Gao Lishur was thinking about this, the imperial court had already started to quarrel. Some people said that any of the 6 people could be chosen and that 3 people would be enough. Some people specifically picked 3 people. There were also people who rejected the 6 people one by one, saying that none of them could be chosen. At this time, Zhang Shua had not said anything. It was not time for him to stand up personally. Naturally, he would have his own people to help him. Time passed quietly like this. Li Longji was not in a hurry. He asked someone to bring tea and sat there to drink. When the officials of the Ministry of Rites saw the emperor drinking tea, they also chose to be blind. As the sun rose, it was getting hotter and hotter. What if the emperor's body could not bear it and fainted? Just drink a little. Li Longji watched the commotion and planned to eat something later to prolong the morning court. When he heard the excuses of the people below, he felt that it was very interesting. He signaled Gao Lishur to come closer and said, Lishur, what do you think about sending 3 people who passed the examination of Zhenjia Academy? Oh, there's no need for 3. 1 is enough. Zhenjia Academy's examination is stricter than the imperial examination. Gao Lishur wanted to nod and agree. If he sent 3 people from the academy, then Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would have less to worry about. However, he could not and could only reply, Your Majesty, I think that's not right. The people from Zhenjia Academy should be sent to places where they are needed more. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are overseeing Xin Kai County, so we don't have to worry about them at all. Moreover, even if the officials sent are not good, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will have ways to deal with them. He Yiwei, whom I asked them to deal with, is not only not on a business trip, but also learned a lot. He is not greedy and is wholeheartedly devoted to the people. This is all thanks to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's teachings. It was precisely because of this that Li Longji was not in a hurry. He really did not believe that the 3 local officials sent could avoid Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's methods when they were disobedient. If there really was such a person, they should be given a better position. After hearing Gao Lishur's words, he was also very satisfied with him. He did not help his adopted son gain any benefits. How loyal! He nodded slightly and said, Why don't we order Zhang Zhong to set up an academy in Luoyang? We can find people from the Jixian courtyard to teach there. I don't think Luoyang is good. Why don't we build an academy in Wanyan County? When Zhang Zhong comes to the capital, there will be someone there to manage it, Gao Lishur suggested. The 2 of them talked about other things while the people below were quarreling. When the monarch and subject were almost done talking, Zhang Shua finally spoke. Chapter 7:15. As soon as Zhang Shua finished speaking, the court was suddenly silent. All the officials looked at Zhang Shua differently. Cui Riji was now a secondary grade 3 official. Zhang Shua was going to promote him to a secondary grade 6 official. This was a huge drop in rank. If one were to calculate secondary grade 3, primary grade 4, secondary grade 4, secondary grade 4, secondary grade 4, to secondary grade 6, how much would his rank drop? Furthermore, he would be demoted from a capital official to a local official. His salary would also change. But thinking about it carefully, the position of palace supervisor was indeed too idle. It did not have any real power. It was better to go to a different place before being promoted to a better position. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard this, they would know that this was called a high rank. In order to promote people, they could first promote a person to department level and give him a very idle position. For example, this person could be promoted in 3 to 5 years. At that time, the department-level official would be demoted to a small county in a second-grade city to be a county magistrate or secretary. This position was originally a department-level official. At most, it would be a department-level official. But if it was a small position, there would not even be a deputy department-level official. It seemed very reasonable. The department-level official would be promoted to a department head position, a high rank. If he continued to work, he would be promoted to the provincial level and not to the local city. This time he would have some power and authority. After that, he would be demoted to the level of a divisional leader with real power. In less than 15 years, he would be promoted to the position of a real leader. If he was not a mayor, he would be a deputy mayor or a deputy secretary. After 2 more years of training, in a normal city, the secretary would also be the mayor or deputy mayor. In a better city, he would only be in charge of politics and be the secretary. After that, he would be promoted to the position of a high official. Switching back and forth, Those who did not know would think that they were promoted and demoted. In fact, they were promoted step by step. This was what Zhang Shuo had in mind. He wanted to drop down first. After all, it wasn't easy to change his position in the Hall of Supervisors, so he might as well take a detour and get promoted. At the same time, he could earn more money. Who didn't want to be an official in a place where the Zhang and Wang families had been before? If one did a good job and didn't cause trouble, when the place developed, they would immediately receive a large sum of money the moment they left their post. Especially in Sanxue County. Although he couldn't get any benefits when he was a county magistrate, the county would take care of all his family's needs. He couldn't even spend his salary. Of course, he didn't need to save it. After a few years, he wouldn't make any mistakes. When he was promoted, he could get a sum of money from the county magistrate. It was a sum that he couldn't even get when he was a county magistrate. It was enough for 3 generations to spend without waste. Until now, no one had dared to do as they wished, insisting on being greedy and accepting bribes. I don't think it's appropriate. Cui Riji is an official of the capital. What if he can't figure it out when he goes to the local area? How can he handle political affairs? An official stood up and objected. That's not right. Back then, His Majesty had specially promoted the local officials to the capital and sent them down to allow the government to pass. Why can't he do it now? Zhang Shua's people immediately responded. As a result, the two sides quarreled again. In the end, they let the emperor make the decision. Li Longji didn't care who was sent. We are willing to buy a cart of inferior firewood for 5 copper coins, but a cart of good firewood can be sold for 8 or 10 copper coins. Some people will say that a cart of firewood can burn for a month, but if you make honeycomb briquettes, 10 pieces can only burn for a day. In that case, even if you make 10 carts of firewood less than a year, you won't be able to make any money. But if you make firewood and sell it, you can have a cart full of firewood in 2 to 3 days. Isn't that a profit? Also, we have another plan. That is, as long as you sell your firewood to us, we will provide you with coal and other things for free. Think about it. A big bundle of straw can only make a meal. Sometimes, it may not be enough, such as stewing, which is very fire-consuming. Honeycomb briquette is different. At most, 2 pieces of honeycomb briquette can make a stew very mushy. Moreover, it's very easy to use. You can use it even in winter. Put a wire net on it, and you can even roast food. Maid Xiaotao summed up the speech by herself and tried her best to explain it to the people. However, the people didn't listen at all. Even if she performed better than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she couldn't move the people's hearts. At this time, He Yiwei came out and shouted at the top of his voice. Our county's official Zhang and county deputy Wang, who are Xiaobao and Cuckoo, need firewood and straw. Therefore, they asked you to make honeycomb briquettes. Don't waste them. As soon as he shouted, the people suddenly swarmed over and carefully looked at the honeycomb briquettes in Xiaotao's hand. Some people went to see how to make the stove, and some began to ask in detail how to use the honeycomb briquettes more economically. No one was watching from the side, and no one in the county hesitated. If Xiao Chong in Yizhou saw this, he would have a deeper understanding of what Zhang Xiaobao meant when he said that the people could also support you. He Yiwei's honest words were more effective than Xiaotao's lively speech. The people didn't understand the principles, but they knew how to choose. When they heard that it was Xiaobao and Cuckoo who needed it, all their hesitation was cast away. Old Man Pai looked up at the sky and sighed. He said to Old Man Yao, "This is the human heart." It was like this in Luzhou. Zhang Zhong called for help, and thousands of people responded. No one doubted him at all. Even now, when I think about that scene, it still makes me feel emotional. Old Man Yao was a little jealous. As the Prime Minister, he couldn't do this. He didn't expect that the reputation of the 2 little guys could be so effective. It seemed that it was right to not let Zhang Zhong be a local official again. Otherwise, if he called for a rebellion, the local people would probably follow suit. Xiaotao didn't expect things to be so simple. She only needed to mention the young master and the young lady, and the people could accept it. She was surrounded by the people and began to explain the formula. She also told them where the coalface was shipped from. The place next to Xiang City was more than 200 miles away from here. It was along the Ru River. When the time came, they could sell the things there. The travel cost was not much, and a ship could carry a lot of coalface. The people listened carefully. They thought it was troublesome just now. If there was firewood, why would they need to make a honeycomb coal? However, it was different now. Xiao Bao and Xueqi needed it, so they naturally had to support them. As long as they didn't lose money, it didn't matter whether they earned or not. The people who stayed here also came closer to listen. When they saw the expressions of the people around them, they shook their heads helplessly. He knew that the plan of the higher-ups had failed again, and it was a complete failure. Although the Zhang family and the Wang family said that they were buying firewood and straw, they definitely wouldn't leave any loopholes for others to exploit. When the time came, they would definitely have other ways to control it. When the honeycomb coal could be sold, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun were still at the construction site in Xinsai County, watching the construction scene. The workshop couldn't be built in a day. Even if the people were working hard, for the sake of quality, they had to wait for a lot of time. They had to wait for the previous place to dry up before they could move on to the next step. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't expect to be able to build one floor in 3 days. If that was the case, 6 days would be enough. This was because there wasn't a need for buildings that were too tall. 2 floors were enough. 1 floor for work, and the other floor for raw materials. If there was a special place for processing, they could put the raw materials below and live on the top floor. Your Royal Highness, are you going to stay here tonight? Why are you looking for us to chat? This official is still sleepy. I really can't afford to accompany you. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the sky and saw that Li Sun didn't seem to want to leave, so he asked him, "Isn't it just that we haven't seen each other for a long time? I just want to talk to you. When we talk, you eat grilled fish. Otherwise, you have to eat supper too. It's the same. At most, I'll go to bed early tonight. Can you bear to chase me away?" Li Sun had an aggrieved expression. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't believe him. Who asked him to show such good acting skills when he was talking to Feng Changgong? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "Don't say such things. You should set a time to rest first. Otherwise, Xueqi and I will go back to the county and not come out." "Time? How about it at midnight? I know that you're moved by love. It's a pity that I haven't found my other half yet." Li Sun gave him a time and then continued to complain. "I'm jealous. I can't do it at midnight. At the very least, I can't get up tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao wanted to explain that he couldn't do anything now, but he suddenly realized that it was useless to explain. He could only set a time. Chapter 7:16. When the moon rose before the sun set, it was time for the workers to rest. Those who lived nearby could go home, and those who lived far away could live in tents. 3 meals were provided a day. These days, dinner was always the best, and there was also a bowl of wine. It was the same as what the Zhang family and Wang family used to do. Today, because Li Sun wanted to eat barbecue, the entire construction site started barbecuing. There were no vegetables, so they could only drink soup. The people here were not used to eating barbecued vegetables. Li Sun ate different from the others. The others barbecued a small portion of mutton, mostly chicken and pork. Each person had a fish, as they did not like to eat barbecued fish. During the preparation, Li Sun began to wander around with a few guards. He looked here and there, and occasionally stopped to talk to others. The people working now knew who this person was. He was a member of the imperial family, Li Sun, Prince Tang N. If it was just this name, the commoners would only talk about it occasionally in their free time for the sake of novelty. However, Li Sun was definitely not so easily forgotten. Who was good and who was bad? The commoners were not stupid. Of course they knew. How the commoners of Xuzhou were doing now could be found out from the mouths of the merchants who came and went. What they didn't expect was that this legendary member of the royal family was actually so amiable. He smiled at everyone he saw and didn't have a condescending tone when he spoke. He didn't wear the silk clothes of ordinary rich people, but light blue cloth clothes, which were said to be made of white fold. This kind of clothes did not look rich at all. One could only tell the difference if they looked closely at the stitches, the workmanship, and the dark patterns embroidered on it. When you barbecue this kind of fish, remember to put oil on it. Look, yours is burnt. Also, turn it over immediately after you sprinkle the salt. Don't let the salt stay on the fish. It's not salted fish. We didn't catch enough prawns today. Otherwise, we would have barbecued them for you. Li Sun walked to a barbecue table under the respectful gaze of the crowd and explained how to barbecue to the people sitting there. In fact, other people knew how to barbecue, but they didn't do it that way. The barbecuers consciously dissolved the salt in the water, made a small plate, and gently brushed it on the fish. They flipped it diligently and didn't put any oil at all. At this time, after hearing Li Sun's words, the person in charge of the roasting nodded and replied, "Your Highness, it's too wasteful to put oil on the roasted food. It's also not easy to use salt. It's better to save as much as possible. Don't be thrifty. I'm letting you eat so that you can eat well. If you're thrifty, I wouldn't have prepared these for you. Just eat what you should eat. Don't worry, this little bit of food comes from your work. As long as you work hard, you'll be worthy of the food." Li Sun finally understood. It turned out that he wasn't the only one who was smart. They weren't stupid either. They just couldn't bear to part with the food. He hurriedly persuaded them and gave the task of persuading them. He had the guards look everywhere. After looking around, he returned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared everything. In addition to the food for others, there were also the shrimp that they caught, and the cow that Li Sun had people look for during the day that accidentally fell to its death. He didn't know why the cow was so stupid. It threw a tantrum while plowing the field for a long time. In the end, someone secretly found someone to sell it. Didn't it fall to its death? After picking up a piece of meat and putting it on the barbecue, Li Sun suddenly asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, who do you think the imperial court will send to take over Feng Changgong's current position? I don't like him. He came here during the day again. He didn't know anything and just talked nonsense. He even brought a Taoist priest with him to look around. I don't think he has any good intentions." Zhang Xiaobao put 2 shrimp on the barbecue. He slowly flipped through it and said, "It doesn't matter who they send, as long as there is a result. If Feng Changgong didn't find a Taoist priest, he might be able to stay in an idle position for a while. Now that the Taoist priest has found him, he's finished. Don't you want him to go to your place to spend money? You have to hurry up, or you won't have a chance. I have to teach him a lesson. In public, he doesn't have any ability. In order to promote Zhongxian to Shangxian, he actually sent people to other places to find refugees. I heard that he has a room in his house where the statue of Yama is enshrined. Every day, he has to worship it and burn an incense stick. It's not a big deal. The problem is that he wants the surrounding places to suffer disasters, so he can attract refugees to replenish the population. In private, this is the most important thing. He has offended me and Cuckoo. He knew we wanted to divert the river, but he insisted on stopping us. Even if he's a saint, I won't let him have an easy time. Otherwise, if word of this spreads in the future, won't anyone be able to offend us?" Li Sun could understand Zhang Xiaobao. Although Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were usually easygoing, they would not have an easy time if someone targeted them. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Back then, when they were in Luzhou, how badly were those officials tortured by them? If they were dreaming now, it would be a nightmare. However, he could not think of how Zhang Xiaobao would deal with Feng Changgong. Hence he asked, "Xiaobao, you can't just let him do it there, right? The people will believe you." "Of course, I can't let them do that. It won't be effective. I have to help them do it. I have to let the people know that there's a Taoist priest called Dream Chaser who's very powerful. He can reach the heavens and the earth. Let alone the rise and fall of Xin Kai County. He can even see the major events in the world. I've decided. I'll meet him tomorrow and see what he's capable of. If he's really powerful, I'll commend him for it. I can't let a capable person overlook it," Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun. At this time, the prawns had turned red. He took the ones that were hot and skinned them bit by bit. When the first prawn was placed on the plate that Wang Wan brought over, he said to Wang Wan, "Peel the next one yourself. Don't always bully me. The ones I peel aren't as fragrant as the ones you peel." "Xiao Bao, where's the Taoist priest we hired? Didn't you say you wanted to fight poison with poison?" Wang Wan bit off a third of the prawn and smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. "He's here. Our master is His Royal Highness, Prince Tang N." Zhang Xiaobao raised his chin and pointed at Li Sun. "How can it be me? I don't know how to do it." Li Sun quickly shook his head and refused. "How can it not be you? You ate the meat I made, so you have to do some work. If you don't know how to do it, you can learn. In fact, you don't need to know too much. Tomorrow, I'll put on a disguise for you. You just need to do as I say. You'll definitely be able to make Feng Changgong apologize. Otherwise, not only him, but his family will be finished." Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun as he roasted a prawn for Wang Wan. Li Sun stared at Zhang Xiaobao's movements. "Then I'll try. But don't blame me if I mess up. Slow down, let me see clearly." Li Sun also wanted to learn Zhang Xiaobao's cooking skills. When the time came, she could either cook for herself or for her future wife. Even if she could cook for the servants, it would be good to get a few compliments. Ever since he met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he never thought that there was anything wrong with men cooking. Which of the real good cooks were not men? Zhang Xiaobao really couldn't understand Li Sun's thoughts. He tried to slow down and said while roasting the prawns, "The best prawns are actually turned by hand. I don't want to burn my hands. If the prawns become blisters and become calluses, it will affect the sensitivity of my hands. I can also write and draw. Many scholars don't want to do rough work because of this. The advantage of roasting prawns by hand is that you can pinch them during the roasting process. If you use chopsticks for a long time, your wrist will be sore. Besides, it's not as good as your hands. When Cuckoo and I eat salted prawns, the shells are still intact. In fact, the same goes for roasted prawns. If you pinch them accurately, Weiwei will lift the head and pinch the tail, and the whole shell will come off." "Oh, so that's the case. Then don't you know how to wear gloves?" Li Sun was really thinking about how to cook. "You can wear gloves, but you need to practice for a long time. Otherwise, it won't feel good. If you want your hands to be soft, remember to soak more milk." Zhang Xiaobao finished roasting the prawns and blew on them a few times before peeling them. The peeled meat naturally went into Wang Wan's open mouth. Just as Li Sun nodded, he suddenly reacted. "What do you mean by not being able to write and draw well? You want to use a flying knife, but you're afraid that you won't be able to do it properly, right?" Same. Don't always talk about such violent things. We're civilized people. Don't eat that burnt meat. Take the fins from the side. After roasting the beef once, you can eat slowly. I'll take the fins away and show you how to roast the whole fish. That thing's tail can easily be roasted off if you're not careful." Zhang Xiaobao put his prawn into his mouth and chewed it together with the shell. Night finally came. Some of the people who worked during the day went home, while others went into the tent to sleep. They didn't chat, so as not to delay tomorrow's work. Numerous torches were lit. Another group of people came here and began to continue their work during the day. There were people working 24 hours non-stop, hoping to finish the work as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaobao finally persuaded Li Sun to go to sleep. He and Wang Wan lay in the tent, but they couldn't fall asleep. The two of them opened the skylight above the tent and covered the blanket tightly, only revealing a pair of eyes to look at the stars. "It seems that there won't be rain tomorrow. The sky is clear." Wang Wan looked at the stars and said, "That's not necessarily true. Maybe there will be a rain shower. If it were in Shanghai, who dares to say whether there will be rain or not?" Zhang Xiaobao's mind was not on the weather, but his ears were listening to the sound of mosquitoes flying around and said, "What's the situation in Shanghai like now? I hate mosquitoes. If they want to sting, hurry up and do it. They're buzzing and annoying." Wang Wan tidied up the blanket to avoid being bitten by mosquitoes. "I haven't seen it yet. It should still be connected to here. It said that it was later separated because of the movement of the Earth's crust. It's useless to go there now. It's impossible to develop foreign trade there. The only advantage is to build a port so that other warships won't dare to go there easily." Chapter 717. In the night, some people really couldn't sleep. It had nothing to do with mosquitoes or the sound of people working at the construction site. They just couldn't sleep because they were too excited. The invited Taoist chaser dream had finally arrived. He had even gone over to take a look during the day, but he couldn't sleep at night no matter what. Feng Changgong had no choice but to find the registrar and the county magistrate. They sat in the yard and looked at the moon in the sky and drank. Fill it up and taste the cooked prawns. The Taoist chaser dream just told me that tomorrow the people will go home and hide. They won't dare to come out again. Feng Changgong was in a good mood. He poured wine for the registrar and the county magistrate and said to them while looking at the moon, "I wish you a great success. Cheers." The registrar was good at talking. He raised the cup and drank the wine. The county magistrate also drank a cup and said, "Sir, this time no one will dare to look down on you. But I'm worried that if you offend Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, will their parents come? If you hurt the younger one, the older one won't be able to stand it." He said that he was worried, but the meaning in his words couldn't be more clear. He didn't take Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan seriously. Feng Changgong liked to hear this kind of words. He laughed and said, "If the older one comes, I won't be afraid. He can't control me, right? It's good to let people know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are not so powerful. Besides, the people behind us are not bad." "That's right. Sir, how can you be bad?" The registrar still flattered, but there was no joy in his eyes. Instead, there was infinite worry. The other two people didn't notice him. They clinked their cups back and forth and talked loudly under the stars and moon. After drinking until midnight, the three of them parted ways and went back to their respective homes. After walking for a while, the registrar stopped when he saw that there was no one around. He turned around and walked in another direction. After crossing 2 streets, he came to a courtyard and knocked on the door of the courtyard, making 3 long knocks and 2 short knocks. After a while, the door was pulled open from the inside. He hurriedly dashed in. The person who opened the door stuck his head out and looked at both sides before he felt relieved and closed the door again. The registrar entered the courtyard but did not go into the house. Instead, he stood there and said to the person who closed the door, "Tell the higher-ups that our eyes have been set out. We will see the results in a month." "Understood." The person who had just opened the door replied and didn't say anything else. The registrar went around a room and disappeared into the woodshed behind it. The person who spoke just now went into the room and said to another person, "Leave immediately and tell the higher-ups that the county magistrate of Xiankai County, Feng Changgong, is going to attack the Zhang family and the Wang family. Tell them to pay attention to the news in the capital and don't miss any important information. The Zhang family and the Wang family have the ability to make money, and they don't lack the ability to scheme against others in business. They also have people who can fight. This time, we will see how the other party is in the officialdom so that we can make a plan. As long as they are here, we can't do what we want." The person in the room was wrapped in black cloth from head to toe, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. When he heard the words of the person who came in, he immediately jumped out of the open window and hid in the half-moon night. After about 15 minutes, the registrar appeared in another room. He covered the hole that was exposed when he came out with a wooden board and sprinkled a layer of soil on it. Then he walked out of the door in front of him. No one else showed up in the room. When he walked out of the room, there was a 2-story building in front of him. From time to time, he could hear the laughter of a woman and the drunken words of a man. After passing through the 2-story building, the registrar appeared on the side of a street. He looked back at the signboard with the words, "Ro Chun Pavilion," written on it and left with a strange smile. But as he walked, he felt that something was wrong. He looked back at the empty street and the worry in his eyes intensified. He muttered, "Should I really not do this? Will I be exposed? My superiors have told me not to do anything in the place where the Zhang family and the Wang family live. Why don't I feel anything? Yes, I don't feel anything." After saying this, the registrar continued to walk forward, but he felt very uncomfortable in his chest. After turning a corner, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him, which scared him. "Let me touch it." "Oh, what's so soft? Let me touch it again." "You are so bad. We are still outside. Why don't you have a good relationship with me? Is it really not good?" Then why are you walking with your legs between your legs? You still say that. It's all your fault. Until the sound of a man and a woman flirting was heard, the registrar who was hiding in the shadow of a house was relieved. He cursed the adulterous couple in his heart. After the two people passed by, he flashed out of the shadow and continued to walk back. He staggered twice and began to talk. I'm not drunk. You don't need to help me. Why are you wearing so little clothes? Come, let me see. I told you not to help me, but you still want to help me. As they spoke, they walked, completely oblivious to the fact that the adulterous pair had changed their appearance. The woman headed for the soft spring pavilion, while the man took out a set of gray clothes from his bosom. He took off his light blue clothes and changed into them. Then, he took out an item and threw it on the roof. He then kicked the wall twice and leaped up. He jumped from house to house, occasionally stopping to hide in the shadow on the other side of the roof. He followed the registrar who had just left while talking drunkenly. After he went up the roof, two people appeared where he had just been standing. One of them had a dog. Their clothes were gray and black. Even the dog's body had the same pattern. The person without the dog changed into a set of light yellow clothes and tied a xiaoyao scarf around his head before walking in the direction of the soft spring pavilion. The other person let go of the dog and walked around to another street. The dog stuck to the corner of the house by itself and walked along the road in front of him without making a sound. The next morning, Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes and looked at Wang Wan, who was hugging him like a fish. He sighed and muttered, "No wonder I dreamed last night that the police caught me. They were worried that I would run away, so they handcuffed me so tightly. I knew it. Who could catch me? Who caught you? I'll help you untie them." Wang Wan was not awake yet. Perhaps she heard Zhang Xiaobao's voice and said something in her sleep. Go to sleep. No one can catch me, let alone a broken handcuff. What's the use of twisting my arm to the back? The joint will come out. Why haven't the people of the first team come back yet? They are not as good as Huzi and the others. Zhang Xiaobao adjusted the blanket for Wang Wan. Seeing that it was just dawn, he went back to sleep. When Li Sun came to find the two of them, Wang Wan was complaining to Zhang Xiaobao that he did not make a sound after waking up. It would have been better if he had made some noise. She would have been able to wake up immediately. Zhang Xiaobao had a helpless expression on his face. He told Wang Wan that they should indeed live separately. Otherwise, their vigilance would disappear. Li Sun had just woken up and had not washed his face. He heard half of the conversation and thought that they were talking about him. He explained, "Although I was in the tent next to yours last night, I didn't hear anything. There was no movement at all." "Thank you." Zhang Xiaobao patted Li Sun's shoulder and walked out. "Hurry up and wash up. What can you hear? No one is a good person," Wang Wan said and also went out. Li Sun stood there and muttered, "I'm telling the truth. I really didn't hear anything. Why do we have to live separately? Young face, young face, young face." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were about to eat, a guard came over and said to the two, "Young master, young lady, there is something wrong with the registrar. Number 105 and number 106 did not come back. I think they went with someone. There is something wrong with another place." Continue. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to train others this time. Otherwise, it would have been better if he went out alone. He did not comment and just left these two words and went to eat. Li Sun just finished eating with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Feng Changgong arrived. This time, there were not so many officials. There were only 12 Yamen runners, including him, the registrar, the county magistrate, and a Taoist priest. Zhang Xiaobao looked at them and found that Feng Changgong had dark circles under his eyes. The registrar also had dark circles under his eyes. The Taoist priest, who he saw with a telescope yesterday, had a red face. Feng Changgong had dark circles under his eyes, but he seemed to be in good spirits. As soon as he arrived, he bowed to Li Sun and greeted Zhang Xiaobao. "Registrar Zhang, how is your cultivation? Come, let me introduce you. This is the dream-chasing Taoist priest from Dragon Tiger Mountain." Taoist priest, this is the registrar of Buixin County, Zhang Xiaobao. Although he is young, he is very capable. Dragon Tiger Mountain? There is a place like this now? Dream-chasing Taoist priest is indeed immortal. Zhang Xiaobao asked in puzzlement and praised the Taoist priest. Little friend, you are wrong. What is immortal and what is bone? Dream-chasing Taoist priest swung his horsetail whisk and pulled it over. Wang Wan looked at them from the side and did not say anything. She turned her head to the side and thought, you still want to play this game with Xiaobao? Xiaobao is going to trick you to death. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to play with the other party, but considering that he had to deal with an important place in the construction site today, he did not have time to do it. He could only smile and pull Wang Wan to another place. When he left, he didn't forget to give Li Sun a meaningful glance. Li Sun didn't make any response. Instead, she ignored the Taoist priest and turned to leave. No one knew where she went. Feng Changgong, who felt that he was treated coldly, had an ugly expression. After a while, he smiled at dream-chasing Taoist priest and said, Taoist priest, please follow me. Of the 3 people just now, one is Prince Tang, and the other 2 are the registrar and deputy magistrate of Buxin County. Although they are young, they are very capable. I heard that no one has ever been able to gain an advantage over them. Dream-chasing Taoist priest had actually heard about them from Feng Changgong yesterday. When he heard it again today, he still had the same smile. Wei Wei nodded and began to walk around the riverside openly. When he reached the construction site, he flipped his hand and suddenly a compass appeared. He looked around with the compass and shook his head from time to time. If it was in the past, the people would have gathered around to watch. However, no one in the construction site paid attention to him. They were all busy building houses in anticipation of a better life in the future. Seeing the reaction of the people, Feng Changgong felt even more uncomfortable. The registrar next to him still had a flattering smile on his face. The deputy magistrate also frowned. Dream-chasing Taoist priest was still indifferent. He continued to walk along the riverside. After about 100 steps, he suddenly stopped and looked at the compass and said, This is not right. This is not right. This is not right. Men are in charge of yang while women are in charge of concealment. Why is this place so feminine when the sun shines directly? Disaster. This is a disaster. Disaster? What disaster? Taoist priest, can you say it clearly? Before Feng Changgong could say anything, the registrar asked loudly. He seemed very nervous and looked around from time to time. Unfortunately, no one was listening to them at this time, because the sound of building houses was louder than their voices. There were 2 houses that needed beams. A group of people were shouting and carrying the wood. Their voices were both loud and soft, like a mix of harmonies, covering their voices. Dream-chasing Taoist looked at Feng Changgong helplessly and said with a sigh, This may not be a place to preach Taoism. It's better to travel on the cloud. His meaning was very clear. I'm busy here for nothing. You can't do this either. No one is looking at you at all. You'd better give me the money I deserve and I'll continue to wander around elsewhere. Feng Changgong was also very uncomfortable. He was more puzzled. When he came yesterday, there were people greeting him. Why was there no sound today? What was the difference? How could he know? When he came here yesterday and went back and forth, he greeted people. However, when he had dinner in the evening, he found that those who greeted him worked slower than others. Just a little slower. The person in charge here didn't need Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to tell him personally. He was already unhappy. When he went to sleep at night, he went to each tent and told them that they should work hard when it was time to work. Otherwise, they shouldn't be paid and shouldn't eat the food provided by others. This morning, he told the same thing to the people who went home last night. Therefore, no one cared about other things today. They were busy with their own work so that they could be worthy of the wages and good food. Seeing that no one responded, Feng Changgong looked at the registrar and the county magistrate anxiously, meaning that they should think of a way. The registrar, who was usually very smart, responded to the county magistrate's look with a blank face at this time. He meant, Why are you looking at me? I am not the person in charge of the site. Just when Feng Changgong had an impulse to strangle the registrar, the county magistrate took action. He went straight to the workplace in front of them and said to those who still didn't look at him, The county magistrate has brought a powerful Taoist master here. Do you want to see him? Hurry up. The Taoist master chasing dream is very powerful. After shouting, he waited for people to come over and ask, but this time, he was destined to fail. The people working had clearly heard him, but no one moved a muscle. It was not that they didn't want to be seen by the Taoist master, but they were afraid that they would delay the work and be driven away by others. Then they wouldn't be paid. It's over, they're all finished. They don't even know how big of a disaster they've provoked. If there were other fellow Taoists here, we might have been able to help them. What a pity. What a pity that so many lives have been lost. The Taoist master chasing Dream felt that he was treated coldly, so his words were not polite and were very vicious. Anyway, those who heard it felt uncomfortable. You're right. I'll ask the bailiffs to bring them here and let them know where they're going to end up. Someone, go and call everyone here. Since the first plan failed, Feng Changgong came up with another one. This time it was tougher. Just as the yamen runners were about to brace themselves and call for her, a voice suddenly sounded. Fellow cultivator, may I know where you are from? Are you from Dragon Tiger Mountain? I heard that there are many fake Taoist priests there. Oh, my Taoist name is Rumming. Feng Changgong and the others looked in the direction of the voice and saw a Taoist priest standing there. This Taoist priest looked more like a Taoist priest than the Taoist master chasing Dream. His white hair was tied up in a bun with a wooden hairpin. He was wearing linen clothes and a pair of shoes with 1,000-layer soles. In his hand was a horsetail whisk with the same silvery white hair. 3 strands of whiskers hung down for more than 2 feet. His face was full of wrinkles, but his complexion was rosy. 2 long white eyebrows went down his cheeks and stopped at the line at the tip of his nose. He looked at them with slightly opened eyes, as if he had seen through everything in the world of mortals. His eyes were filled with pity, helplessness, and wisdom. This Taoist priest is used to traveling. So you are fellow Taoist Rumming. This Taoist priest's Taoist name is Dream Chasing Dream. We are fated. May I know where you are from? Dream Chasing Dream wanted to say that he was from Mount Longhu, but when he heard that the people from Mount Longhu were all liars, he could only change his words and ask about the other party's identity. The new Taoist priest narrowed his eyes and said with a sigh, "This Taoist priest is from Mount Longhu. Unfortunately, recently, many people have been using the name of the mountain to cheat everywhere. This Taoist priest is ashamed to speak. Speaking of which, this Taoist priest knows all the 108 Taoist priests of Mount Longhu. However, this Taoist priest has never seen many of them who claim to be from Mount Longhu. Do you think they are shameless?" Rumming seemed to be very sad. After saying that, he sighed again. With a flip of his hand, a compass appeared. In the other hand, Wei moved. The horsetail whisk suddenly disappeared and turned into a pen. Then, a cloud of green smoke rose. With a boom, many talismans appeared on Ruming's body. This time, all the workers stopped and looked at the new Taoist in a daze. It was really too amazing. Even Feng Changgong and the others opened their eyes wide and had a look of disbelief. Dream Chasing Dream moved his hand, but he couldn't figure out how the other party changed. It was too fake for such a big horsetail whisk to disappear just like that. He didn't think that the other party was a real immortal. He always felt that the other party had a special method. If there weren't so many people watching, he really wanted to go over and ask for advice. If he learned it, wouldn't he have a way to make money again? Just as everyone was in a daze, Dream Chasing Dream held the compass in his hand and walked in a small circle twice. Then he said, "That's not right. This is not an ordinary place." When Dream Chasing Dream heard his words, he was happy and quickly said, "That's right. This Taoist priest also found that this place is not right, but no one listened to me. This Taoist priest thinks that this place belongs to the southwest. It is the time to offend the celestial wolf." After saying that, he looked at the other party. He thought that the other party was like him and wanted to cheat some money. In this way, the other party would naturally cooperate with him. Feng Changgong also had a look of hope on his face. He hoped that the other party could also scare others. This was a powerful move. Everyone else had stopped, but as long as he said a word, he might be able to make them leave. The registrar at the side couldn't figure it out. He looked around in confusion and was about to move forward to see what was going on. Dream Chasing Dream suddenly shook his head and said, "That's not right. Fellow Taoist, it seems that your skills are not good enough, but you can't mislead the world. This place did not offend the celestial wolf, but a fish spirit who wanted to cause trouble here. Do you think so? As Dream-Chasing Dream spoke, he had already walked to the riverside. His eyes looked at the flowing water with a very serious expression. The hearts of the surrounding people also rose. They felt that this new Taoist priest was much more powerful than the previous one. At the very least, the changes back and forth were not something that the previous Taoist priest could compare to. Xiao Bao, I think that Li Sun is really burying his talent by being a duke. I told him once yesterday and asked him to contact him. I didn't expect him to perform so well today. He should be shooting movies. He's clearly a natural actor. Wang Wan, who was hiding elsewhere, whispered to Zhang Xiaobao. After saying that, she covered her mouth and laughed. Zhang Xiaobao also had a look of admiration on his face. He also didn't expect Li Sun to be able to play his role so well. That day, when Li Sun had just arrived, he had thought that he was suitable to be a businessman. Today, it seemed that his real profession was definitely not a businessman. Of course, he was not an actor either. He was a swindler. When he thought of this, he said, I think I have a successor. No, I have to nurture him well and nurture him into a powerful person. You really think that being a swindler is an honor? You even want to trick Li Sun. Look, Li Sun is about to perform. He's going to scare them to death. Wang Wan leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and said with a smile. This time, Taoist Dreamer really had a new move. With a move of his hand, the front of the pen that looked like a judge's pen opened up like a lotus flower. He muttered something and suddenly stomped his feet together. After landing, he shook his head and sighed. This fish has already become a spirit. I wonder if fellow Taoist Dream Chaser can subdue it? Subdue my ass. Where did this fish spirit come from? There's no such thing. He just refuted me, and now he wants me to cooperate? Dream on. Taoist Dream Chaser thought and shook his head. Fellow Taoist, you must have seen wrongly. Where did this fish spirit come from? He clearly offended the celestial wolf. Feng Changgong also echoed, that's right. He offended the celestial wolf. Taoist, you'd better hurry up and do other things. Feng Changgong wanted to chase him away. However, Taoist Dream Chaser let out a long sigh and didn't explain. He spun the judge's pen in his hand twice and pointed at the river. Hey, demon, hurry up and die. As soon as his voice fell, a burst of smoke came out of the judge pen in his hand. Without waiting for the smoke to dissipate, a pillar of water suddenly rose up from the river with a bang. With a splash, a 5-foot-long fish fell to the ground. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.